Good evening and welcome to the City of Oxnard Planning Commission regular meeting for Thursday, October 20th, 2022. As a quick housekeeping item, as shown on the agenda and online, please email all written public comments to planning@oxnard.org. And those wishing to speak during the meeting may do so in person or virtually. For in-person speakers, please submit your speaker card to the Commission Secretary. For virtual speakers, please view the bottom of your screens for the call-in number, meeting ID, and passcode. If you dial in only, you may press *9 to raise or lower your hand. If you are on the desktop Zoom app, you may use the raise hand feature. You may also submit your request to speak by visiting oxnard.org/city-meetings by 3 p.m. on the day of the meeting. Because the meeting is electronic, all votes will be done by roll call. At this time, we'll move to our Commission Secretary to establish our quorum.
Chair Chavez,
Here.
Vice Chair Arejo,
Here.
Commissioner Connolly,
Here.
Commissioner Dr. Lopez,
Here.
Commissioner Meyer,
Here.
Commissioner Nash,
Here.
Commissioner Zilsdorf,
Here.
and we have a quorum.
Thank you for that. We'll now proceed to our next item, which is our Pledge of Allegiance. And Commissioner Meyer, would you mind leading us? Thank you for that. Because our meeting, we have a lot of people here this evening. We do have an overflow room at the library. So if you do not wish to stand the entire meeting, you're more than welcome to move over to the library. So at this time, we'll go ahead and proceed to our agenda for public comments for items not on our agenda. Members of the public wishing to address the commission regarding any item not on the agenda, but within the subject matter jurisdiction of the commission may do so at this time. However, the commission cannot take action on any items presented during public comments and will be referred to the commission secretary. All public comment speakers will have 3 minutes. As a reminder, members of the public, there is a 6-minute opportunity for translation for any individual that needing translation. Commission Secretary, just to confirm, we did not receive any members of the public wishing to speak on items not on the agenda.
That is correct, Chair.
Thank you. If there's anybody virtually that wishes to speak on any items that are not on the agenda, you may use the raise hand feature and you will be called on.
I signed up prematurely. I'm sorry. I'll speak on the EIR later.
Okay, thank you. At this time, we'll go ahead and proceed with our agenda, which is our consent agenda. Nothing is listed. We'll move to our ex parte declarations for public hearing items. Vice Chair Arejo.
Yes, thank you, Chair. Since I have joined the Planning Commission, I have had at least 2 direct interactions with the applicant and our groups for or against this project and other indirect actions. I received a tour of the Port of Hueneme facilities earlier this year in March. I attended CAUSE's end of the year annual fundraiser earlier this month. Additionally, I pulled nomination papers to run for a spot on the Oxnard Harbor Commission, but I did not complete that process and I am not a candidate. Lastly, I visited the site of the proposed project earlier this week and last month. While I've had these interactions, both direct and indirect, I have kept an open mind and will not make a decision on this matter until all evidence has been presented. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Commissioner Connolly.
Thank you, Chair. Since I joined the Planning Commission, I took a tour of the Port of Hueneme back in February of 2022 this year. While I've had these communications, I've kept an open mind and will not make a decision on this matter until all of the evidence has been presented. to the Planning Commission as a part of today's public hearing. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Dr. Lopez.
I'm going to have to recuse myself from tonight's public hearing. Had this item come earlier in the year, even last quarter, that may not have been a factor, but more recently, a new client of mine, Local 585, has publicly taken a position in support of this item. Because a client has taken a position on this matter, I need to recuse myself on this matter and will step down from the dais. I want to thank you, Chair, and thank you all for being here. Before I leave, though, if I could just say a little comment along with that recusal, or should I wait? It's just
If I can get clarification, is this giving your opinion for or against?
no.
Okay, that's fine then.
Perfect. So before I leave, I just wanted to say that I firmly believe in public and community engagement as a cornerstone of democracy, including our planning commission, our city council, and any elected representative bodies. And so thank you all for being here tonight, and everyone who took the time to email us as a commission. All of those communications, this public comments help us all make better informed decisions. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Meyer.
Thank you, Chair. I have had contact with the Port of Hueneme. I participated in a tour at the port. I also participated in the environmental justice tour held by CAUSE. And further, I am the president of the board of CAUSE. So given that, I will be recusing myself from this hearing.
Thank you, Commissioner Nash.
Thank you, Chair. Before I was on the planning commission, I did attend a cause-sponsored protest at the site. But I just, I want to say that we all have lives before the planning commission, and we will all have lives after the planning commission. I want to stress that I have read the written testimony, and I will listen to the verbal testimony with an impartial and open mind. I will render my decision in as fair a manner as I am able, and it will be based on fact, not emotion. And this has always been my goal during my 8 years as a planning commissioner. So thank you for that.
Thank you, Commissioner Zeldorf. You turned your mic off.
Nothing to disclose, Chair.
Thank you. And as for myself, I had some communications with members of the port and the cause solely just to try to set up a meeting. I did not participate in meetings with either side. So with that, we'll go ahead and Commissioner Dr. Lopez.
Also, without accusing myself. Sorry, I should have had that.
I apologize. I couldn't hear what you said.
Should I acknowledge also the visits and the tour that I participated in, even though I'm recusing?
You have already given the reason why you're not participating, so you're good, and it would be appropriate at this time for Commissioner Meyer and Lopez to step down. Thank you.
And Chair,
Thank you. Yes.
I did receive an email from CAUSE, and that person wanted me to forward that email to my other commissioners, and I said that that would be a violation of the Brown Act and to contact the planning division if they wanted their letter distributed. And that was today or yesterday. So.
Thank you. So we'll go ahead and have Commissioner Connolly join the rest of us. And so because tonight's meeting, we do have a large turnout, the layout of how we typically runs our meetings will be slightly changed. We will still introduce the item as we always do. The difference would be that after the presentations, we will allow the members of the public to speak before commissioners engage in questions or in any dialogue. So with that, we'll move to our first and only public hearing item, item F1. Project name is the Port of Hueneme Temporary Outdoor Vehicle Storage Facility. This is planning and zoning permit number 18-500-02, special use permit. This is located at the southeast corner of Hueneme Road and Perkins Road. A request for a special use permit to construct and operate a temporary outdoor vehicle storage facility for a maximum of 5 years on the approximately 34-acre project site. Upon expiration of the special use permit, the vehicle parking area, the guardhouse, portable restrooms, perimeter site lighting, and gravel surface would be removed. The fencing, landscaping, and drainage and associated infrastructure improvements would remain on site and be maintained by the property owner. The project site is located within the light manufacturing with planned development additive zone. The request includes certification of the proposed final environmental impact report and adoption of the mitigation, monitoring, and reporting program, which has been prepared pursuant to the California Environmental Quality Act, also known as CEQA. As mandated by CEQA guidelines, the EIR has been subject to the city's internal review process and reflects the land agency's independent review and judgment and objectively with regard to the scope, content, and adequacy of analysis. This is filed by Christina Birdsey on behalf of the port, on behalf of A&J Oxnard LLC. Our city staff person is Jay Duborowski, Planning Supervisor. The recommendation is that the Planning Commission adopt a resolution certifying the final environmental impact report number 22-01 for the Port of Hueneme temporary outdoor vehicle storage facility, Governor's Office of Planning and Research State Clearinghouse number, that's a long number, and adopt a resolution approving planning and zoning permit number 18-500-02 special use permit for vehicle storage facility subject to certain findings and conditions. As a reminder to the members of the public and to my colleagues, the city staff presentation on this item is available on the city's webpage, YouTube page, and will not be shared tonight in accordance with Measure M. And we will turn to our city staff persons to provide any additional opening comments before we proceed with this item. Mr. Pearson.
Thank you, Chair Chavez, and thank you, commissioners. So as you guys may have received, there was some additional comments that were received after the publication of the agenda and packet. So I'm going to hand it over to our staff planner, Jay Dabrowski, to kind of go through the transmittals that were sent out to you guys and add any additional comments. Thank you.
Thank you, Joe. Good evening, Chair, members of the Planning Commission. As you're aware, the staff report was posted on the planning website. Since that staff report was posted, planning staff has received quite a substantial number of public comments. Just recently, there were 2 transmittals submitted to the Planning Commission. Those include a total of 167 public comment letters. The planning website also includes staff presentation as well as an EIR. It's a very big document, and as such, we have technical experts from both the city's consultant team as well as the applicant team to respond to any questions this evening. From the city's consultant team, we have experts available on the Zoom call to address issues related to biology, archaeology, traffic, air quality, and the EIR. Along with the consultant team, the applicant team has also brought their technical experts available online to address issues related to engineering, biology, and traffic. At this point, I do want to mention again, the transmittals, those were submitted to you earlier. And that is it for planning at this time.
Thank you for that, Mr. Pearson.
Yeah. And I just wanted to add that the transmittals were also posted on the city's website. So they are up and available. And then any other comments would also be posted there as well. And the applicant team does have a presentation. So once the commission is ready, they are available to give their presentation.
Thank you for that, Mr. Pearson. At this time, we'll go ahead and turn to the applicant team to provide their presentation. Again, after the presentation is concluded, we'll open the public comment portion for this item, and then we'll allow the commissioners to ask questions afterwards.
Okay, good evening. We do have a PowerPoint. I am Kristen Dekas. I'm the Port Director and CEO for the Commercial Seaport in the Oxnard Harbor District, Port of Hueneme. And this is Miguel Rodriguez, who's our community manager. He's going to help me fly through this. So we meet our 10-minute benchmark. So with that, if we have the PowerPoint, I'll get it underway. I think Miguel has control of the. Okay. Here we go. Thank you to the City of Oxnard, the Planning Commission, and our community for your time this evening and interest in the port and our projects, specifically Project 34. To start, I'd like to provide a brief introduction as to how the Port of Hueneme supports our local, state, and U.S. economy. We rank in the top 10% of the nation's seaports, 4th in California, and 6th on the entire West Coast. As we see supply chain congestion persist at other ports across the country, inflation rise, and soaring grocery store prices, the port, as an efficient, uncongested gateway, is becoming increasingly important to keeping the price of goods in check for items like medical supplies, electronics, low emission and electric vehicles, and nutritious foods like bananas, melons, stone fruit, and avocados. The port makes up 4% of the county's gross domestic product, and as the slide shows, trade has consistently grown faster and outperforms the county's economy. This type of continuous growth is critically needed to help address some of the socioeconomic issues affecting our low-income community. According to the 2021 State of the Region report, 80% of children in Oxnard public schools qualify for free or discounted meals. When the port does well, the entire community benefits. Port growth has created over 20,000 trade-related, good-paying jobs and provided millions in tax revenues to local cities for community services like police and fire, Oxnard receiving $19.12 million in 2021. Since 2018, port-related direct jobs have grown 58%. Oxnard residents make up 52% of the port-related workforce with over 1,530 jobs. The port also hires local trades for construction under our project labor agreement. Further, with higher revenues, we can invest more in the environment and in the community. As a top U.S. auto facility, the port is well positioned to serve as a key hub to meet the governor's electric vehicle mandate for 2035. Glovis, the proposed site tenant, imports affordable, low-emission and zero-emission brands such as Hyundais and Kias and will help lead the way in this transition. Glovis's trade is valued at $2.77 billion, employing 167 Ventura County residents, of which 87 or 53% live in Oxnard. The port considers projects like Project 32 to help foster economic opportunity for our community, always with an environmental ethic and commitment to our community as responsible neighbors. As a testament to this commitment, our Board of Harbor Commissioners passed a resolution directing future operations to be fully decarbonized, and we are now developing the blueprint to achieve this goal. By the end of this December, we will have completed a $7.5 million electrification project to be able to plug in heavy-duty handling equipment like our cranes. We are not about symbolic wins. Rather, we are working very hard to ensure the port is a catalyst to a greener future. Project 34 is part of this agenda. Why are we pursuing this project? To support our mission of creating an economic and social good through the port's access to the global market for trade. We need capacity off port to achieve this mission. We strive to 1, build economic prosperity, 2, reduce impacts and lower emissions, and 3, we want to retain our customers by meeting their logistical needs so that we keep the good paying family jobs here locally. If approved, the proposed project develops a temporary auto staging area for Glovis. More specifically, the project site lies on 34-acre parcel at the intersection of East Hueneme Road and Perkins Road. 27.5 acres will be used for vehicle storage. The remaining area includes curb cuts, drainage, and landscaping. The land is privately owned and zoned as light industrial. The use is temporary, allowing Glovis to operate on the property for 3 years with the potential of 2 one-year extensions for a maximum of 5 years. The only structures include a 240 square foot mobile trailer and portable bathroom. There will be 24/7 security on site, making the area more secure and safe. Since inception in 2017, this project only required a mitigated negative declaration per CEQA. However, the port listened to the community concerns and worked with the city to fulfill the ask to complete a third-party full-blown EIR, accepting a 3-year time delay and an investment of over $650,000 for a temporary SUP. From the very beginning, the port solicited feedback on the permits from resource agencies, including the City of Oxnard, Nature Conservancy, California Coastal Conservancy, State Lands Commission, Navy Base Ventura County, and the California Department of Fish and Wildlife. Now we'll take a more in-depth look at the project. Here's a current photograph of the site, which shows its unfortunate condition and lots of litter, all of which we know we can improve. For decades, there has not been coastal access from this specific site. You would have to walk the distance of 10 football fields through a railway, wastewater plant, paper plant, and an EPA-capped Superfund site, a federally designated site contaminated with hazardous substances that could cause public health issues. This slide shows the before and after and how the port would like to improve and beautify the 34-acre site for immediate use and preserve it for future uses. Alternative 2 in the EIR demonstrates Project 34 as the environmentally superior option as it eliminates using diesel auto carrier trucks to transport vehicles from the port through local community streets to sites 8 to 10 miles away, thereby reducing emissions. In fact, many of the vehicles driven to the site would be electric. A maximum of 240 cars could transit the site per day, which equates to 30 cars per hour or 10 cars every 20 minutes. The operation would run Monday through Friday, Saturday between 7:30 and 3:30 p.m. Multiple studies show that there are no wetlands on this site. It includes the installation of 19 solar panel lighting units at 20 feet, lower than existing streetlights to be sensitive to migratory birds and reduce dependence on the grid. The site would not be paved, but rather a permeable gravel would be used and removed at the end of the project. The project includes extensive native vegetation landscaping and removes noxious weeds from the site to beautify the area. The Nature Conservancy informed this part of the permit. After the project, drainage and landscaping would remain on site and be maintained by the owner. The project would create 30 good paying local jobs. This includes 14 direct jobs and 16 indirect jobs. It also supports hundreds of union, stevedoring, and logistic jobs on port. Note the port is trying to distinguish between construction jobs, which tend to be short-term, and operational jobs, which would exist throughout the life of the project. Thus, the job numbers cited by the port reflect employment positions that will be a permanent part of the project throughout the life of the project. Construction will be performed by our local trades using the port's project labor agreement. From the onset, there have been many concerns about the future of this property. The port has been aware of these concerns and recognized the importance of preserving the land to materialize the community's vision. As tenants for 5 years, or 3 to 5 years, we will be happy to foster a relationship with the owner and interested organizations to create an opportunity and future use for this parcel that embraces that community vision. This project is not linked to any other port real estate project. All port projects go through the full rigor of CEQA and permitting process with transparency and community input. The full third-party EIR shows no significant and unmitigatable impacts to any CEQA elements, including air quality, water quality, biological resources, aesthetic, cultural, and tribal resources, traffic police protection, and several other elements. To help ensure no impacts occur, the EIR requires important elements like plant buffers, tribal construction monitoring, and bird surveys prior to construction. Since it's temporary, the city can always revoke the permit if conditions warrant. 50 partners submitted support letters in 2018 for the mitigated negative declaration. During the recently completed EIR comment period, the project received approximately 1,250 handwritten signatures in support from the residents of Southwind neighborhood, labor groups, local businesses, and other community partners. In fact, local businesses and residents expressed that they want to see the project move forward to increase public security and safety in the area. As part of our due diligence, we had a third-party company, AlphaView, conduct a 598-person survey across the county, and the results shown here demonstrate that over 77.8% of respondents support port expansion, and over 88% support port expansion when it mitigates ecological impacts, creates high-paying jobs, and allows for more specialty cargo imports. Looking at the data for Oxnard and Port Hueneme, the same support holds true. Over 88% of respondents support port expansion when it mitigates ecological impacts, creates high-paying jobs, and allows for more specialty cargo imports. For our closing slide, I would like to summarize. The project protects the land from private sale for 5 years or up to 5 years. It creates an opportunity to finalize a vision and connection to the greater restoration plan. No wetlands were identified. The project will beautify and bring security to the vicinity. Emissions will be reduced. There will be no paving or rail activity. It is sensitive to ground nesting and migratory birds with low impact solar lighting and monitoring during construction. This project is independent of any other projects. Native species, landscaping, and drainage would remain on site. Structures and gravel would be removed. Customs will not operate on this site. To close, we hear our community. We perform the full-blown EIR. Further, residents told us they care about their air quality. Our board approved the purchase of an EPA reference grade air monitor that cost $150,000, and we collect and share that data. We are continuously listening, and we look forward to listening to you today. We have a full team here of staff, legal, and consultants to answer any questions. At this time, I'd like to call on Rodrigo Zaragoza, our engineering specialist, to speak to the last slide in the STECO.
Can we hold the applause, please?
Hold on 1 second. I appreciate everybody picking a side on this particular item, but if we're gonna get through tonight, please hold your applause. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everybody, commissioners and everybody in attendance. My name is Rodrigo Zaragoza. I'm the engineer specialist at the port, and I would like to give a brief summary of the project in Mixteco for the indigenous community present due to shortage of time. And then siendo chavindo washindo, ya bitinan kanisha mi proyecto 34 yo no mundo. Mi proyecto yo sasia no minyo yo kuya na casa compañía privado nya no hani. Tashinzena no minyo yo kunya skui tani no har nyu ichimi waya. Mi proyecto yo chinzia ndo son tibia no minyo yo naku nya ndibi kunde asa. Singati kunde seguridad ndibi yar ndibi nyu na kunzana mi yo na kunzati na mina gaku yo atominande yo sati minande yo ba. Nachinde una cemento no me yo ni tren sha vinyo un vakua na ku kuitana mi parro pa un kuyaba. Mi proyecto yo un ya bashin kan sha asa kunyaga inga proyecto titanshi a. Ni na mi planta na chi indu yo ni na itandivi ita shindesh na aba tu ni na indígena na cheso osa nya kan ya na chi indu nandivi kwa ni mina wali shi a ku kundai ni an shakash shin shash na a. Nya con huminya porque de yo intraila lo na con kunde mi seguridad ato minya kunde baño cachiño manasa minan mi puerto ni kashi minan de sur Oxnard yo na dagatuna namia shini nyu una namia ba shini nar ni kana shata chiba yo tacher shina i monitor nya ya vi 100 y $1000 nanya Chabina shaka na kunzana nya tachia to ba ar baba tachi nundega china singati na kwa mi proyecto yo ku kachinyo mi puerto shinza organización ku ba to minyo Oxnard yo ba na kasana plan chakwa tasha nzi isa tisha benzindo washindo nya chasondo na koni na kani mi nya proyecto yo ato koni ndonda tondo na mi koni ndor yo inda ingeniero especialista abogado nami ako ndonda indor na tondo na kaninzi na nyashindo tisha vindo. Thank you.
Chair Chavez,
And Mr. Chair, I do believe as part of the protocol, our customer Globus is able to come up and present at this time briefly for 3 minutes. Is that correct?
Hold on 1 second, Mr. Pearson.
I was going to identify that the 10-minute time period is up for the presentation. There would be an opportunity for people to speak as part of the public comment period.
Thank you for that. So at this time, no, Miss.
Okay, so the customer will come up with the, okay.
Yes,
Understood.
thank you.
Thank you.
Just on the podium. Thank you. Commissioner Nash.
Thank you, Chair. Can we extend the time that the applicant has to give their presentation? I would like to hear Globus.
Is that a motion to extend the 10-minute period?
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
It's been moved and second to allow an additional 3 minutes for the customer to provide comments. Commissioner Secretary, can we have a roll call, please?
Commissioner Nash,
Aye.
Commissioner Connolly,
Yes.
Commissioner Zilsdorf,
Aye.
Vice Chair Abreu,
No.
Chair Chavez,
No.
motion passes.
Thank you for that. At this time, we'll go ahead and recognize the customer for 3 minutes. Are they in person or? Okay.
Thank you very much for this opportunity to this.
Hold on, I'm sorry.
I'm sorry.
Can we make sure that we put the timer? Thank you. Go ahead, sir.
Okay, thank you very much for this opportunity to the Oxnard community as well. To our exalted leaders here today. I'm Charles Franklin, Senior National Manager of Business Development for Globus. And I just want you to know that Globus is very proud and very happy to have been growing together with Oxnard and the port since 2003, where we began with only 30 employees and now we have over 126 who most of which live in Oxnard and earn on over $5.5 million a year annually. In addition to that, during this time, we have supported the Navy base with by paying the rent and services to them to support their development. And over that 20 years or 19 and a half years, that has equaled more than $100 million in support for the Navy base. In addition to that, there's additional job growth and support through our labor unions, the ILW, and the other folks who support us in offloading our vessels, stevedoring the cars, and supporting that. So we want to continue to grow and grow. Most recently, because of space constraints, we just diverted 3 vessels away from the port of Hueneme. And those are 2,500 cars per vessel. And those were union hours that were not brought to Hueneme. So we ask that you support this so that we continue to grow and go. If you go to the automobile industry right now, it is scheduled to be back on par in 2024 with 16.5 million cars coming to America for sale or being sold in America. And we want Hueneme to be a part of that. Most of these vehicles will become EVs. One of our major customers coming to the port Hueneme is Kia, and they plan to be strictly all EVs by 2035. In addition to that, in support of this project, we will only drive shuttle those vehicles to this facility, and we use non-ICE vehicles to transport the workers back and forth. So we want to continue to grow and go with the Port of Hueneme and the Oxnard community and continue to support our local unions. And I thank you for this opportunity.
Thank you for your comments. At this time, we'll go ahead and open the public hearing for this item. Because we have a number of speakers, I will call 4 names at a time. Once your name is called, please line up in the center aisle and be prepared to speak. That's the way that we're going to do that. We have those that already signed up previously. We have speaker cards that have been turned into our commission secretary that are from either this room or from the library. We also have members on virtual that are participating as well. So everyone will have an opportunity to have their voice heard. So the first 4 speakers are, and I apologize, I'm going to butcher this name, Joy Kobayashi, Jess Ramirez, Cassandra Chacon, and Jess Herrera. Those are the first 4, and if they can come in that order, please. So it's Joy, Jess Ramirez, Cassandra Chacon, and Jess Herrera. And again, each member of the public will have 3 minutes to speak. If you require translation, you will be given additional time. Is there a Joy? No Joy, so then we'll go ahead and move to Jess Ramirez, followed by Cassandra, followed by Jess Herrera, followed by Arthur Venezuela Jr.
Good evening, commissioners. My name is Jess Ramirez, and I'm a retired longshoreman. And I'm briefly going to tell you why I love the port. It started in 1950. We used to travel from Texas. My family and I was only 5 years old. We used to travel all over California in the fields, picking different crops, from grapes to apricots, plums, and you name it. And luckily, 1958, we settled here in this beautiful town called Oxnard. So I finished high school. And what happened was that my dad, when I was a sophomore in 1962, my father suggested that I drop out of school and help the family. And at that time, I thought it was the worst thing to do. Well, I wasn't really smart, but I did like high school, and I wanted to finish at least my high school. I was a sophomore. So I early got a job at South Mexican Institute dishwasher so I can continue finishing my high school. Never thought about going to college or anything else, but I knew that my relationship with my dad was never going to be the same because he wanted me out of school. So what I did, like a good old American guy, right out of high school, I joined the Army for 3 years. And after a year and a half of being trained in different aspects of the Army, I wind up in Vietnam as a longshoreman. If I would have known there was a war, I would have probably never joined, but I didn't know there was a war going on. So I joined I landed up in Cameron Bay, unloading the cargo, the military cargo was going out of Port Hueneme. That's when I discovered that we actually had a port. So luckily, I was one of those lucky ones that made it out of Vietnam back in 1968. I came home and I just logically walked over to the port and I introduced myself to the dispatcher. They put me to work part-time. So for 18 years, I continued working as a casual. And in 1986, I became a bona fide member of the union. So I did my 34 years as a member. I'm retired. And what's beautiful about this port, that this port offers the opportunity to people that don't have a degree, they don't have a trade, they don't have a high school diploma. So this is why I love the port. I call it the port paradise because for me it has been paradise for this last 51 years that I've been working there. So I started there at the age of 23 and I retired at the age of 74. And I'm healthy as hell. I don't have I don't have any cancer. The smog has not killed me. Our South Oxnard is cleaner now than it was 20 years ago. So we're doing all our best to be the #1 greenest port in the country. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Ramirez, for your comments. Please, the only way that we're going to get through this is without the applause. So we have Cassandra Chacon, Jess Herrera, Arthur Venezuela Jr.
Hi, my name is Cassandra Chacon. I'm a longshore worker out of Port of Hueneme. I've been on the waterfront for 22 years. My family goes back 5 generations working on the port. I take much pride in what I do. Out here, our work is extremely dangerous. We work rain or shine, even during COVID. I'm proud to say we're on our way to becoming a clean green port. We have started off having our cranes powered by electricity. This will revolutionize the way we make cargo move. We also have shoreside power that allows vessels to turn off their diesel engines and pull into electricity on our port. Getting this land will create more jobs for our community. 87% right now of Glovis employees are community of Oxnard. I do go way back, and it is a really prideful for me. So to see our port go green, that makes me feel very good about that. We've done many things in our community, in our port. We've helped out with toy drives. We've done like turkey for Thanksgiving. We've helped out our community. We're very active in our community and we're very prideful. So to see this go through would be awesome, not just for me, but for the past 4 generations in front of me. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. We'll now move to Jess Herrera, Arthur Venezuela Jr., Art Chavez, and Miguel Orozco.
Good afternoon, good evening. My name is Jess Herrera. I'm a 56-year veteran of the Port of Hueneme and a 28-year veteran as being a harbor commissioner. Over 100 years ago, Richard Bard had a vision. He had a purpose to build a civic asset that would provide benefits and prosperity for our community for decades to come. And it has done that. The Port of Hueneme has created benefits and prosperity for our community for years by creating thousands of jobs, by attracting world-class customers. We have world-class customers here because of the Port of Hueneme. Now, this is another opportunity that we have in front of us. Somebody once said that an opportunity is never lost, somebody else takes it. We cannot let that happen. It has happened too often here. For me, this is deja vu to be here tonight. Years ago, we had an opportunity to bring Volkswagen of America to the city that was going to provide thousands of good paying jobs at $72,000 a year. And it was turned down by this council, by this city. They couldn't see the benefit to its community. And that's a shame. I wonder where we would be if the Oxnard brothers had been turned away, or every other agricultural company in this area had been turned away. Where would we be now? Or if Bud Smith even, who did so much for this community and built so much for this community, was turned away. We'd be nowhere. We have to have faith. Richard Bard, at the opening of the Port of Hueneme, said, I am grateful to a community that has had the faith in me to see this through. And it was built at not 1 cent of government money. Okay, and the Navy got the most efficient port for World War II, and that's been documented. That port is so important as a joint use port for the Navy and for the Oxnard Harbor District, and it must continue to operate the way it's operating today. You know, you and I will go on with our lives, right? If this isn't passed, if we don't get this initiative done. But what about the people that need the jobs? You know, we can work together. We can make a difference. And I think that's what it's all about. You're up there because you want to make a difference. I'm here because I want to make a difference. So let's make a difference together. When opportunity comes knocking, let's not open the door for your sake. Let's open the door for the community's sake, for these citizens here who need the jobs. You know, we passed out, I think somebody might have mentioned 36,000 meals to people in need. With the demographics that we have in this community, we cannot afford to turn down one job. With 1 in 4 children starving in this community, we cannot afford to turn down one family's opportunity to get a job. It's our responsibility to do that. We may not have caused all the grief that's going on in our community, but we are here because we want to change that. And I hope that we can do that together. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Herrera, for your comments. We'll move to our next speaker, Arthur. Are you Joy?
I'm Joy Kobayashi.
Oh, okay. You can go ahead. Thank you.
Well, they shoved me in the library.
No worries, no worries. Go ahead for your 3 minutes.
Okay. Good evening. My name is Joy Kobayashi, and I'm here tonight representing Earth Alert. We are against the proposed vehicle storage facility and think that the final EIR is inadequate. In response to the draft EIR presented in March of 2022, EA's president, Janet Bridgers, submitted a letter which stated that it did not address the facility's lighting impact on the endangered birds south of the project and Ormond Beach. I have done a comprehensive review of the final EIR, especially section 5.4, the environmental analysis of biological resources, and the city's comments to her letter. In section 5.4, there is no mention of the impact of 24-hour lighting on birds, let alone any mitigation plans to address the problem. The EIR does say that the lighting in the project would be subject to standard conditions SC AES 8 through 10 and City Code section 16-320. However, these condition and code sections regulate light conditions for humans and the aesthetics of the area, not its impact on animals. In response to Janet's letter, the city response states, quote, "This comment is noted," unquote, and refers to their answer to comment 187-10. Letter number 187 is from the Ventura Audubon Society. It specifically says that the lights for the facility should be under 3,000 K in color warmth to protect the birds in the area. The city does not respond to this request. Birds usually only sing during daylight hours. However, when artificial light extends the hours of brightness, they continue to sing. This can result in sleep loss for the birds and added stress on the already critically endangered California least terns and western snowy plovers at Ormond. Failure of the project to recognize the threat and mitigate it could result in the local extirpation of both species, which would be a massive violation of both federal and state endangered species acts. Finally, the EIR does not mention other port expansion projects to which this facility is linked. One of this is the 250-acre multimodal logistics park now being planned for this land where South Shore development was proposed. The 250-acre park is set to replace the 34-acre site, which is why this is called a temporary parking lot. Although the EIR for this facility is not legally required to address the impacts of other projects, it is this very piecemeal development that Save Open Space Initiative was passed to prevent. The people of South Oxnard deserve the truth about what this project really means in terms of the impact on air quality and traffic throughout the area. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Next speaker is Arthur Valenzuela Jr., Art Chavez, Miguel Orozco, Sal Gonzalez, and Javier Gomez.
Good evening. My name is Arthur Chavez. Arthur Valenzuela is behind me. I'm sure my union brothers here. I'm a longshoreman. I've been a longshoreman since 1986, and we work to bring jobs to the community. Our union brothers can get a dimmer switch and lower the lights if we need to help mitigate the light. If that's a problem, that piece of property is M2. It's designed for industrial. That's what it was originally laid out for. There isn't any more of it where everybody's fighting for the same dirt. We need to expand in a progressive way. And of course, any jobs that the union brings in or the port brings in, it brings work for the union brothers. And the union brothers have, with the economy changing and the possibility of going into recession, every job is a good job. I completely support this project 100%. I'm also a real estate agent. I sell real estate out of Ventura County. I sell commercial real estate. So I deal with some of the commercial real estate buyers. We bring them in, we try to bring them work. I brought in a company who brought in 200 jobs to this city, right there, state them. He plans to increase to another 100. I got another company bringing in 10 jobs, but a little bit at a time. It helps. Any job is a good job. The kids that go to school, they get educated. It's good for them. They're not going to work in these jobs. They're going to go on and be successful in other realms. We need to have trade work. We need to have boots in the ground to continue to prosper. The longshoremen as a package grossed $148 billion last year. There's 29 ports in the West Coast. We're moving 2.2 million cans a month. Who else does that? We work hard. It's a dangerous job. It's a high paying job. Like Cassie said, we work rain or shine to get the products on the table. We need help. We need to expand. We need good work. We need your help. Please support this project. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Arthur Valenzuela, Miguel Orozco, Sal Gonzalez, Javier Gomez, Veronica Munoz.
Good evening, Chair Chavez, members of the Planning Commission, and city staff. My name is Arthur Valenzuela Jr. I work as a third-generation longshoreman at the Port of Hueneme, serve as vice chair of the Ventura County Democratic Party, and a former board member of an environmental justice organization. The comments I make today are my own opinion and do not represent my union, the Democratic Party, or other environmental justice organizations. First off, I want to say I do support the project, and I'll come back more to why I have some issues with it. But first of all, the port is crucial to the city of Oxnard and surrounding communities for quality jobs and keeping our economy strong. Our workers work around the clock to guarantee that residents can receive food, medical supplies, and other guaranteed needs. Over the past 6 years, I've gained tremendous respect for the blue collar workers and what I've endured to provide and what they've endured to provide for their families. So I do better speaking to the mic. Moving forward, I also must admit that ports are and the contingent businesses around them, trucking, manufacturing more, are polluters to the communities and the workers. That is no fault of the workers as we breathe in the emissions firsthand while on the job. The community also breathes in these emissions secondhand. More often than not, it's the families of the workers who also inhale this. There are environmental justice activists and labor activists on opposite sides of this issue. The truth is that they should both be on the same side when it comes to environmental justice and environmental policies, because it is also a form of health and safety, not just for the workers, but for the communities. The Oxnard Harbor Commission, what I'm actually asking going forward from this project is that the Oxnard Harbor Commission and the city of Oxnard meet annually together to develop a master plan for port expansion, because it will continue to go forward into the city of Oxnard and for more development. I think for long-term sustainability and also mitigating any emissions in the community, that they should develop a plan together for long-term, not just piecemealing project by project going throughout the years. So that way it can be sustainable for workers, the community, and our environment. And in the end, I hope that you do support this project. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Next speaker is Miguel Orozco, Sal Gonzalez, Javier Gomez, Veronica Munoz, Sean Smallwood. So Mr. Gomez, I think you're next.
Well, good evening to the commission. It is an honor to be here to represent and support the Port of Huenemi's vision and hope in creating something that is going to be something viable. Our city, our county was created by the Port of Huenemi. It was one of the 3 cities that formed the county of Ventura. And thanks to Senator Bard and all those individuals who had that vision of creating this vision, the Oxnard brothers, when they came here, they didn't want to use the port. So they wanted to use only trains. And so they didn't go to the port. And so they settled in creating this city that we now live in, and that is the city of Oxnard. I run the Enlakech Cultural Arts Center, where the city's marker of the foundation of the city lands and exists. The reason I'm here because I see who has an invested interest in really taking us to the next generation. The Port of Huenemi, through the commission and through the efforts of what's been going on in that area, have been so positive and so proactive in creating opportunities. They have been in the last 3 years since the COVID pandemic hit. They have been the ones who stepped up. I haven't seen any other cities really step up to the plate to really provide services and food for our community. The port has stepped up to really provide that leadership, and they have that vision of creating a newer future, a better future for our community. Yeah, yes, and we as from the center, we were given a tour visiting the port and some of the innovative things that they've been creating, as was mentioned about the electric connections for those ships who come in so they can turn off their vehicles so they're not polluting our community, but giving an opportunity. So they're looking into the future, what is best for our environment, what will help our community. As a retired educator for the Oxnard School District for the last, which I did for about 33 years, and I continue running the Enlakech Center, we have to find people who really want to invest in what our future is. I know that the arts in our city, believe it or not, and I don't want to speak bad, as an arts commissioner for the city of Oxnard, has lacked a vision in really supporting our community. So you as a commission have to step up, as Mr. Herrera had mentioned, be the visionaries, be the ones who are going to create a better future for everyone. Give us all the opportunity to stand up and say, you know what, we invited them, we didn't lose the Volkswagen company. Now we have something that can bring a better future for our community that will impact us in a positive way. They're thinking about the environment, they're thinking about our community, and they're thinking about all of us. El es Dios.
Thank you for your comments. Just real quick to our commission secretary, we're monitoring our virtual speakers just to make sure that anyone that previously signed up, that they're called on.
Can you check the, sorry, can you check, Roy, the list and see if there's anybody that was called on in there? The names on the virtual list.
Just if we can just monitor that as I'm calling the names, just so that we don't skip them. Again, the names that I'm calling, these are individuals that signed up to speak prior to our meeting, and that's the order that they're being called in. So Miguel Orozco, Sal Gonzalez, Veronica Munoz, Sean Smallwood, Jeremy Meyer. Mr. Gonzalez.
Thank you. I'm Sal Gonzalez, and I'm a resident of Oxnard. And I've been one since 1985. I was also the city's housing director until 2008. And I have remained a resident and also invested in our community. I'm also a veteran, and I've joined my fellow veterans in causes that benefit our veterans as well as our community, especially the one that we live in. I joined your staff and the findings of the final environmental impact report in urging you to adopt the recommended resolution certifying the final EIR, and also adopt the recommended resolution approving the recommended planning and zoning permit, which will approve the requested special use permit. A lot of work has already been done to address the impacts and the need for this project. This is a project that benefits us all. It creates jobs, supports economic development, and enhances the quality of life, and makes Oxnard and the port partners in addressing a need in our city. Right now, the site is vacant and full of weeds from what I see. This is not a long-term project. The requested permit is for a maximum of 5 years. Unfortunately, I see some commenters are viewing this project as it were a permanent project. Interestingly, one commenter objects to the project because the EIR does not state what the long-term plan is. This obviously is not a responsibility of this project. If you want to find out, you can look at the agenda reports. It talks about this being a planned development, a light manufacturing zone with a planned development additive. So that's the long-term plan. That's what's going to be permitted there to be used. So this is your long-term plan. Any more detail than that requires the middle of a project for the long term. A lot has been said about environmental impacts. I cannot think of any agency that is more committed and has done more for environmental quality and sustainability than the port. They have even won awards for their commitment and to environmental quality and also to sustainability. So I urge you to support the project, adopt the 2 recommended actions, the final EIR, as well as the special use permit. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. We'll take Sean Smallwood, followed by Miguel Roscoe.
Good evening. I'm Sean Smallwood. I have a PhD in ecology and I've worked on wildlife for a long time. I was retained by Natural Resources Defense Council to review the EIR for this project. I found a number of problems with the EIR. It mischaracterizes the environmental setting, which is the baseline required by CEQA for analyzing potential project impacts. The site is far from pristine, but wildlife use it. Some use of it spills over from Ormond Lagoon Waterway and the Ormond Beach upland area. The city's consultant surveyed the site for only 2 hours. They saw 7 species of wildlife. I surveyed the site as well from the perimeter. I saw 47 species, including 12 with special status. In reality, the site supports many more species than those seen by the consultants and myself during our brief surveys. The site is richer in wildlife than at most sites I've surveyed in the area. Ground squirrels occupy the site, although the city's consultants didn't see them. With ground squirrels, the site might support burrowing owls because the 2 species are mutualistic. They help each other out. However, no protocol level detection surveys were completed for burrowing owls or for any other special status species. Therefore, absence determinations are unsupportable in the EIR. Also, the EIR relies on a flawed database review. It misapplies the California Natural Diversity Database to screen out most special status species that potentially occur at the site. In addition, the impacts analysis is inadequate, and so is the mitigation, which is merely a pre-construction survey for wildlife. I predict a loss of nearly 2,000 birds per year due to habitat destruction, and more can be lost with light pollution from the security lights. I predict collision mortality of 26 birds per year along the fence and 215 wild animals per year along roads supporting the project. The EIR does not address these impacts. Also, its analysis of whether the project would interfere with wildlife movement is based on a false CEQA standard, a flawed premise, and biased speculation. The Planning Commission needs a revised EIR. It needs a better characterization of the environmental setting and a better impacts analysis. I recommend more surveys for wildlife and more careful analyses of survey outcomes and database reviews. Thanks.
Thank you for your comments. And our next speaker will be Miguel Orozco.
Hello, good evening. I'm Miguel Orozco. I'm the artistic director for Animo Theater Company, and I'm here to speak in support of Port Hueneme and the project. The port has been a champion for our community, for cultural events, and a leader in providing resources for our community and well-paying jobs. Our organization, Animo Theater Company, has been in existence for 6 years, and we have seen the tremendous community outreach the Port has done in the community in the Oxnard region, and this was especially evident during the pandemic. We trust the Port of Hueneme and their staff and their leadership team, and we support their efforts tonight, and we support the project. I personally have been a witness to the great care that they take in educating our community on the environment, and also by attending the Banana Festival and the amount of resources that they put in to helping our community access resources. And so for that reason, I'm here tonight to support them and to support the project. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Our next speaker will be Veronica Munoz, Jeremy Meyer, Chris Hernandez, Rick Castanero, yeah. I'm gonna butcher this next name. We'll leave it right there. Ms. Munoz.
Good evening. My name is Veronica Munoz, co-owner of BG's Cafe. I'm both here as a business owner and as a lifelong resident of Oxnard. And I'm here to offer my support for Project 34 for the Port of Hueneme. The port provides hundreds, if not thousands, of jobs to our local community. In turn, it provides a very strong economic force for Oxnard and Port Hueneme. Over the years, I've known many individuals and multi-generational families who come to eat at a restaurant and who, interestingly enough, also have multi-generational jobs at the port. So this discretionary income of the port's employees supports our local small businesses, and any addition to their workforce would only bolster our local economy. Additionally, over the years, I've been witness to their support of many community organizations, events, and nonprofits. They're a great neighbor in the sense that they give back directly to the community that houses them. Their generosity has helped put on cultural events. I was a part of helping them with the food that they gave out during COVID. They give to many good causes, scholarships, and many more things that I would be unable to list or know all about on my own. I am certain, though, that there are many, many, many thousands of dollars in charitable contributions from the port to the community. Also, I care about the current and the future state of the environment, and it prides me to know that they are one of the greenest or cleanest ports on the West Coast, if not the country. Project 34, with the primary use of housing electric cars, sounds exactly like the future of California, and Oxnard has a tremendous opportunity to have a huge role in this new effort of having California car sales be all electric by 2035. Overall, Project 34 seems to be a non-threatening, neutral use of the land, and with their promise of beautifying it, it seems like a win-win. Hopefully, Project 34 will be approved. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Our next speaker is Jeremy Meyer, Chris Hernandez, Rick Castanero, Lu. Yeah, I apologize. Sue is okay? Okay, so we'll say Sue and Joan Tharp. Mr. Meyer.
Thank you, Chair. And good evening, Chair and esteemed members of the Planning Commission. My name is Jeremy Meyer. I am a 24-year resident of the city of Oxnard and Port Hueneme. And I am CAUSE's board president. I also have worked for Child Development Resources in the Head Start program for over 13 years, overseeing health and nutrition services. In fact, I just visited many of our centers that are in South Oxnard that serve many of the families whose well-being is at stake tonight. I'd also like to note that I am a dues-paying union member, SEIU 2015, and I have supported unions throughout my life, financially, standing up, advocating, supporting PLAs, supporting local labor, and I am a strong union supporter. Cause historically in its early, like first 5 years, had support from the unions, including, it continues to have support from many unions, but including the building unions and the building and trade unions. Unfortunately, that changed when Cause focused on environmental justice, because what that meant was that Cause was opposing fossil fuel infrastructure development like liquefied natural gas, the power plants, and so forth. Those were projects that would provide temporary union or non-union positions and long-term or permanent damage to the environment and to the health of members of the community and throughout the city. I want to focus and your attention on the item 2022-1019 guidance. Points out many concerning areas where the FEIR did not meet and may have legal liability concerns for the city around meeting CEQA. Beyond that, I want to be clear that Cause is an advocate for all working people, and the divisions that have been created between the building trade unions and Cause by the port and some union leaders is both nonsensical and counterproductive. We should be partners in advocating for sustainable union job growth that benefits both the people and the environment. There's a similar false dichotomy pitting Cause and its partners against the port. Cause sees the port as an important partner in co-creating a healthy and sustainable future for all concerned, if only the port viewed Cause similarly.
Thank you, Commissioner Meyer. We'll move to our next item. Our next speaker, Chris Hernandez, Rick Castanero, Sue, Joan Tharp, Charles Franklin. And we're looking online. Are those hands, or it's hard to see on this side?
Yes, Chair. They are hands.
Okay, once again, Chris Hernandez, Rick, Sue, Joan, Charles, Heather Krascott, Daniel Feliz Gonzalez, Christian Munoz, did I call your name, ma'am? Or who did I call? You're Sue, come on up, Sue. And you're Rick? Rick, okay, so Rick, and then we'll have Sue.
Good evening, Commissioners. I want to thank you for the opportunity to speak on this important issue. The port has been a cornerstone of this community for many years. My father was a farm worker. When he made the transition out of the fields, the port was the first place he worked. And then he went on to work at the Union Ice Company and so on and so forth. He eventually became an independent business owner, and the rest is history for our family. The port gave us the opportunity to stabilize our family. Years later, when I moved back to Oxnard, before the pandemic hit, I went to the port as the director of LULAC, and we talked about pollution. We talked about trying to figure out what was polluting our county, and the port stepped up. They bought a modern air monitor that measured and showed where the pollution was coming from. And now we know, because of the port, the pollution was coming from the 101 and off the 126. That's news. Our port is important here. We have just as many trucks coming through our city because of the packing houses as we do the port. And we need to recognize that what the port is doing, it's becoming a leader in the green economy. If we get this facility, a temporary site in our city, we're going to become a leader. And Oxnard is going to become the gateway to Gavin Newsom's goal to go electric in 2035. That's what this is about for our community. Oxnard is often looked at the last in our county, and this is going to make it first. Not only first in our county, but in the state. And I hope all of you will consider that. You're up there to be leaders, and I think you should look at the port as a cornerstone of our community that is going to take us into the future in a green, valued, monetary, sound way. I hope you will vote with the port because we need jobs here. Just like my father made a transition to the field, right now, South Oxnard is filled with homes with 2, 3 families in it. And the port is one of those ways that those families are going to get out of living in 2 or 3 families in one place. So please support the port. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Our next speaker will be Sue, followed by Joan, followed by Charles Franklin, followed by Heather, followed by Daniel Gonzalez, followed by Christian Munoz.
Hi, everyone. Actually, my name's Leopoldo Bellastegui. I started with longshoremen in 1980. My first job was with the military on the base, Port Hueneme base, when I was 16. I worked with them for two years and 3 months. And just recently, I found my check stub. It was $1.29 an hour at the time. And I went in the military after I served my time on the Navy base. I was in the Army. I came out. I did a lot of odds jobs here and there. Done waitressing, worked for Mission Lenin. I worked for a sewing place that was out here years ago. And I've done waitressing at the Lobster Trap. I work in a liquor store. I've done so many jobs that it didn't last me a long time. It didn't give me a future. And when a friend of mine mentioned about longshoremen, her cousin was working out there part-time. They were making at the time $12.92 an hour, because I remember it. I grabbed her hand and I ran out there with her. It was nighttime shift. They didn't hire anybody at the time. As I look around, there was no female. I was the only female there, but it didn't stop me from entering that room. You know, it was a big building. Eyes were on me like, what am I doing there? So like anybody else, when you have a child and you're by yourself, you reach for something that's going to be able to provide you meal and provide you security. You know, I didn't have a man at the time to help me out. So I leaned on this job. I went out there 5:30 in the morning. I'm sitting at the doorstep. They don't start dispatch till 7 o'clock. And the thing is that this is the job that have brought many people a good future for their children, helping them out with college fee, helping them out with people that are in needs. We serve on Christmas. We collect toys for kids and family, parents, single parents that can't afford anything. I was one of them that took a family of 5 and be able to, you know, buy them toys just so the kids can have a holiday. And my kids, I have 2 kids. I'm still taking care of them with my grandchildren because I'm proud to be a parent. I've been out there since 1980. I'm retiring hopefully soon. I've been out there for 42 years. And I hope you guys, you know, be able to help us out fight for this project.
Thank you for your
Thank you.
comments, and I apologize for messing up your name so badly.
Oh, it's okay, I'm used to it.
Thank you for your comments. Joan, followed by Charles Franklin, followed by Heather, followed by Daniel Gonzalez, followed by Christian Munoz, followed by Lucy Cartagena.
Hello, my name is Joan Tharp, and I'm representing the Friends of Ormond Beach tonight. Dear Oxnard Planning Commissioners, I ask you to reject the final FEIR and vote no on the 34-acre Glovis Port Expansion Project. This project is at odds with the vision that Ormond Beach and wetlands activists Carmen Ramirez, Steve Bennett, Roma Ambers, Jean Harris, Janet Bridgers of Earth Alert, and Shirley and Larry Godwin, and their entire Saviors Road design team fought for since the 1970s. The City of Oxnard, the State Coastal Conservancy, and the Nature Conservancy have all supported this vision, which will protect the environment from further industrialization of South Oxnard and benefit Oxnard residents and wildlife alike. This 34-acre parcel of land is the last green space, one of the last green spaces along Perkins Road. Yet after reading the FEIR, one would conclude that 4,900 car parking lot on this parcel is preferable to the vacant green space the parcel currently offers. After all, this project will bring jobs and improve the aesthetics along Hueneme and Perkins roads. And if your common sense tells you that all that lighting will bring lots of glare and all that gravel will produce dust, just read the FEIR, which tells you different. The impact on humans and wildlife is minimal. However, to be clear, the project will only bring a few jobs, all contracted by Glovis, a South Korean company that pay around minimum wage and are non-union. The temporary construction jobs will end very quickly once the fence and gravel are laid out. And the native landscaping, consisting in part of fast-growing plants that average over 2+ feet of growth per year, will take at least 4 years to entirely hide the permanent 6-foot-high chain link fence. Preferable, I think not. And while it is true that Perkins Road is already characterized by industry, the wastewater plant, the paper mill, and Halico, and that the parcel in question is zoned for light industrial, is equally true that the industry along this road was established long ago when attitudes about land use around the coast were different. Today, we know better. We now understand that the coast is a precious resource for humans and for wildlife. I would also like to believe that today we are also more progressive in our thinking about democracy and how we treat people of color and the land they occupy. While money is still king today, it is politically dangerous to move to make deals that line the pockets of foreign investors at the expense of local voters who won't be fooled by the gloss this project tries to wear. No matter what the scientists say and the exhibits show in the FEIR, this project will bring more pollution and ugliness to South Oxnard. Temporary or not, this project is not worth the cost, and improving the project is a slap in the face of all the progress that has been made in righting the social and environmental wrongs that have plagued South Oxnard for decades. Respectfully, Friends of Ormond Beach. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Our next speaker is Charles, followed by Heather, followed by Daniel, followed by Christian, followed by Lucy, followed by Shirley Godwin. Charles, you already spoke, thank you. So I do see Heather is online, so we'll go ahead and have her speak.
Can you hear me?
Yes, you have 3 minutes.
Okay, thank you. Good evening, commissioners and city planning staff. My name is Heather Kriska, and I'm a staff attorney with the Natural Resources Defense Council. We join the many organizations and residents that are urging the commission to reject the final EIR and special use permit for the 34-acre project. We are disappointed in the final EIR's cursory responses to the letters and expert analysis that we submitted together with CAUSE, Wischoyo, and Earth Justice. The city ignored many of our concerns and furthermore ignored the mountain of evidence demonstrating that the project will have significant impacts. The final EIR suffers from legal and technical defects that are far too numerous to count in 3 minutes. To name a few, these include an incomplete project description, a deficient cumulative impact analysis, an inadequate alternatives analysis, and an incomplete evaluation of environmental justice, air quality, traffic, language access, public health, and biological resources. I urge you to review our comment letters in full for a comprehensive listing of the legal and technical defects that are present in the documents. Importantly, the artificially narrow description of the 34-acre project infects the entire environmental document, causing it to underestimate the impacts of the project and to fail to consider feasible alternatives and mitigation measures. It hides that the 34-acre project is one of many port expansions that will increase port capacity, vehicle, truck, and train traffic, and bring more diesel pollution to Oxnard. Critically, the EIR fails to consider the 250-acre project. Documents that have been released by the port refer to the 34-acre site as a stopgap measure intended to facilitate development of the 250-acre site. It is clear that the 34 and 250-acre sites are two phases of one project that together facilitate expansion of goods movement in Oxnard. Analyzing these projects independently is improper piecemealing. Similarly, the EIR ignores the cumulative impacts of several other port expansions, including harbor deepening to bring in larger ships and plans to expand terminals. Failing to consider cumulative impacts is a violation of CEQA. It is critical that the city conduct an environmental analysis that complies both with CEQA's substantive standards for environmental review and with the requirements for robust public participation and transparency. This document fails to do either. I urge the commissioners to reject this project and flawed environmental analysis. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you for your comments. Next speaker is Daniel Gonzalez, Christian Munoz, Lucy Cartagena, Shirley Godwin, Ryan Group. We'll take you, sir. Go ahead.
Situated here. All right. Good evening, commissioners. My name is Christian Munoz. I'm a lifelong resident of Oxnard, and I appreciate the opportunity to address the council tonight. It seems like the opposition to this project is merely shouting an array of talking points that lack foundation. They brought out-of-town organizations that have shown me that they're more concerned with interrupting a project at the expense of the public's trust, as opposed to collaborating to find tangible solutions. My biggest issue is the fact that a 34-acre temporary parking lot in which zero-emission vehicles are being transported by their own means is being labeled as a diesel dead zone, which couldn't be any further away from the truth. It's almost as if they haven't read the Port of Huenemi's proposition, since there's no mention of heavy-duty diesel trucks anywhere in their plans. Causes made a false claim in which they stated that the neighborhoods in South Oxnard are being overburdened with diesel pollution, completely ignoring the fact that the port has installed an air quality monitor over Haycox Elementary School in 2019. Now, along with this air quality monitor comes the facts, and the fact is that most of the pollution is coming from the 101 highway and wildfire smoke. Next, I've heard claims that it would disrupt public access to the beach, which is troubling to me considering the fact that we have an EPA Superfund site sitting right behind the proposed lot, in which residents have reported tasting metal as they walk on the beach adjacent to that 34 acres. Now, I'm not sure about you, but I don't consider that as an ideal coastal access area. If the desire is to facilitate coastal access and foster an environment in which the community can enjoy, why not collaborate with the port instead of painting them as the enemy? To this day, I have not seen any efforts from cause to find a middle ground or to work with the port to understand how we can work together to best serve this community, especially when Miguel Rodriguez, community outreach manager, served as the community organizer for cause for 6.5 years, in which he was instrumental to creating Kellogg Park on the Avenue Ventura. The port has been a partner to all, so why paint them as the enemy of the community? That leads me to draw this conclusion that in regards to this issue, cause isn't in the business of representing the public interest, but exploit public trust to derail a project with little to no factual evidence. The most concerning thing to me is the fact that they've resorted to cheap propaganda tricks to fool the public, like their October 19th Instagram post, in which they used drone footage over existing permanent lots that contain images of semi-trucks to keep pushing a false agenda surrounding the Globus project, as there will be no use of diesel trucks, meaning no diesel dead zone, and the absence of truck traffic. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Our next speaker is Lucy Cartagena, Shirley Godwin, Ryan Grew, Trish Rain, Elizabeth Lamar.
Chair Chavez, it looks like Ryan Grew is on the phone there.
Thank you. Thank you. So we'll go ahead and take Ryan as our next speaker.
Can you hear me?
Yes, you have 3 minutes.
Thank you. Good evening, commissioners. My name is Ryan Grau, and I'm the Executive Director of the Ventura County Taxpayers Association. The Port of Hueneme is an often forgotten contributor to Ventura County's tax revenue. Last year, the Port of Hueneme contributed $173.2 million to local cities and the state of California. The Ventura County Taxpayers Association applauds the port because it is completely self-supporting. It uses no tax dollars to maintain its operations. The port specializes in the niche market of fresh fruit, project cargo, automotive, and liquid bulk cargoes. Over 46% of the port's annual cargo value comes from the automotive trade. Because of the high reliance of the auto trade, the Port of Hueneme's emission reduction and job creation project should appeal to Ventura County residents, and especially Oxnard residents. The project aims to use privately owned land zoned for light industry as temporary overflow parking lot. The goal is to reduce and consolidate reliance on off-port storage locations for automobiles shipped into the port. The proposed project will take 3 to 5 years to complete, as we know. To achieve their goal, the Port of Hueneme needs to use a special use permit. And that's why we're here today. The project will benefit Ventura County in a variety of ways. Project 34, as the port refers to it, will create port-related new jobs for the life of the project. Also, will add $2.2 million in local salaries per year. The port ensures the project was consistent with the city's general plan. The project will improve the vacant lots proposed for temporary parking in keeping with the local environment. And once the project is over, the site will be a gateway park for the city of Port Hueneme. The Ventura County Taxpayers Association sees no reason that the city of Oxnard should deny a special use permit to the Port of Hueneme. To do so would harm the local economy and degrade the local environment. We support Project 34. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Our next speaker is Trish Weirn, Elizabeth Lamar, Yoretzi Ventura, Dan Mora.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, you have 3 minutes.
Hi, thank you, commissioners, for having me this evening. My name is Trish Wren, and I have lived in the city of Oxnard for 15 years. I am passionate about being outdoors, and I serve as an environmental activist. I advocate for improving the local coastal environment, ecosystems, and community health by exploring pollution prevention methods and physically cleaning up our local beaches and waterways. Please, I advise the planning commissioners to reject the final EIR report and do not approve Project 34. I'm submitting the following questions on the proposed of the Port of Hueneme Temporary Outdoor Vehicle Storage Unit, aka Project 34. The Port of Hueneme, on its website, if you go on Project 34, has hired Braincon Consultants, which had conducted their project location and description back in 2018. 2 biologists conducted a preliminary survey from 10 a.m. to 11 a.m. to conduct existing biological conditions. Please understand that Braincon Consultants completed the study 4 years ago. The purpose of the study was conduct existing plants, wildlife species, vegetation, communications, political potential waterways and connections, and the wetlands. A lot has changed due to climate change, inflation rise, a global pandemic, and the ongoing issue of the homelessness. Climate change can potentially induce substantial sea level rise in the coming century. The rising sea level increases the likelihood of risk of flooding. So I guess my question is for the port, if since the Port of Hueneme and the city of Oxnard and the county of Ventura do not currently have adopted climate action plans, what does the port say in all of this? Will the port encourage other stakeholders to adopt climate action plans? How will the port act as financial stewardship of Ormond Beach, its commitment to the environment and the residents of south of Oxnard? The other question is, will the port conduct several surveys requiring multiple field surveys during the non-nesting and nesting season in compliance with the Migratory Bird Treaty Act and BTA to protect the special status species and/or its habitats? Will the port conduct a pre-construction wildlife survey before disturbing the ground or construction activities to avoid impacts on these species under the Migratory Bird Treaty Act? How will stakeholders such as Oxnard City and the port act proactively to find solutions to help the encampment near Holoco?
Thank you for your comments. We'll go to our next speaker, Elizabeth Lamar, Yoretzi Ventura, Dan Mora, Corey Raffafelli, Cesar Hernandez, Janet Ritza, and Kathy Ramirez. Do we see anyone else on the virtual that match any of those names?
Yes, I believe Daniel Mora is joining us virtually.
Okay, let's go ahead and go to him.
Okay. Thank you. My name is Dan Mora. I'm with the Central Coast Labor Council. We represent over 75,000 union members living and working on the Central Coast. Many of them are in the greater Oxnard area. So our core objective as an organization is, there's a few of things that we have. It's protecting jobs of our existing workforce. We also, we want to strive to help help workers unionize new workplaces where they desire union representation. And the last thing is that we try to grow industries that have an existing workforce. We do these things because the fastest, most effective way into the middle class is by holding a union job. The Port of Hueneme is not only one of the largest employment hubs in our region, it's one of the largest union employers in our region. And because of that, the Port of Hueneme is a critical piece of any effort to grow the middle class in our community. If we want to be able to provide good paying jobs for the next generation of Ventura County's workers, we need to expand the port and provide ourselves and future generations with the quality job opportunities that will come with it, and it'll allow them to live and work in this county. So the port is it's a critical piece of our infrastructure, and it's crucial to our economy. And they're doing all the right things to mitigate environmental concerns while creating some of the best wage work our county has to offer. So with that said, on behalf of the Central Coast Labor Council, I ask you to please adopt a resolution approving the facility. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Ma'am, what's your name? Go ahead, Ms. Ramirez.
Good evening. My name is Kathy Ramirez. I am the Secretary and Treasurer for the Oxnard Film Society under nonprofit 501c3. The Oxnard Film Society shows a critical acclaimed foreign films on the first and third Monday of every month at the Downtown Plaza. I come here tonight on behalf of the Board of Directors to show our support for the city of the Port of Hueneme. The port has made is a generous sponsor of the Oxnard Film Society and has been over the last 4 years. They have donated at a time of need when we were coming out of a COVID shutdown, when we were no longer able to screen our films because the theater had closed. They helped the Oxnard Film Society to continue to screen films and carry out the mission statement and have been a huge supporter of the arts. We ask the Planning Commissioner to consider the permits being requested here today by the Port of Hueneme. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Next speaker is Corey, Cesar Hernandez, and Janet Ritza, followed by Edward Gonzalez, Rocio Chacon, and Angela Whitecomb. As a reminder to the members of the public, if you wish to speak on this item, you may pick up a speaker card and submit it to the Commission Secretary. If you're joining virtually, you will raise your hand and you will be called on. We are having the Commission Secretary just verify the callers on the line to match any of the numbers of speakers. So once again, Corey Raffaelli, Cesar Hernandez, Janet Ritza, Edward Gonzalez, Rocio Chacon, and Angela Whitecomb. Here, Corey, go ahead and come on up. And I apologize if I said your last name wrong.
Oh, no.
It sounded pretty good, but
It's a doozy of a last name, those Italians.
please go ahead.
Hello, Council. My name is Corey Raffaelli, and this is my 10th year as a history teacher at Hueneme High School, working with the students that live in South Oxnard. When my students learned about the planned 34-acre parking lot, one student said out loud to the class, "They wouldn't do this in a white people neighborhood." To fully understand my students' frustrations, let's take a look at what students in South Oxnard experience as they walk through their neighborhood. Hueneme Beach is flanked on both sides by a military base. Both sides, the Port and Arnold Road fence, are enclosed by guards, fences, and barbed wire. The Oxnard Water Treatment Plant is on Perkins Road, as is the wastewater treatment plant. In other words, my students live by the human waste of all of the 207,000 people that live in Oxnard. Let's not forget that the old Oxnard landfill turned Halico's Superfund site, which has quite literally left radioactive thorium and radium in the soil on Perkins Road by Ormond Beach. Once abandoned, it became a super center for homelessness, drug dealers, and crime. Now, at a 34-acre parking lot, with incredibly increased truck traffic and possibly air pollutants in the future, to all the above, is this a neighborhood you would want your children growing up in? My students look at the difference between Oxnard High School and Hueneme High School. Their neighborhood versus the 700-acre collection filled with storefronts and housing, job opportunities, water fountains, and parks. And then they look at their South Oxnard neighborhoods, and it's easy to see how they feel a sense of injustice. The University of New Mexico website states, environmental racism refers to how minority group neighborhoods populated primarily by people of color and members of low socioeconomic backgrounds are burdened with disproportionate numbers of hazards, including toxic waste facilities, garbage dumps, and other sources of environmental pollutants and foul odors that lower the quality of life. What will happen to this area when Globus leaves? Will this be the next Halico homeless issue in South Oxnard? This is a temporary lot with a permanent mark on the South Oxnard community. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Again, our next speakers are Cesar Hernandez, Janet Ritza, Edward Gonzalez, Rocio Chacon, Angela Whitecomb, Balado Maldonado, Joanna Ibanez, Lizette of Cause, and we will go through the speaker cards again, don't worry. Jose of Cause, Saul Medina, are you Saul? Go ahead, come up.
Good evening. My name is Saul Medina. I'm a South Oxnard resident. I'm also a former planning commissioner for 8 years for the city of Oxnard. I come to you because I have participated in the 2020 plan and the 2030 plan for the city of Oxnard. A lot of discussion has been made specifically on when industrial areas should be made and where they should not. There was a time that the area near the port was a desirable area or an undesirable area, depends on who you ask. But this project is actually within the scope of the 2030 plan. It's an infill project. It's also a project that's a temporary use. One of the speakers wanted to compare it to Halico Superfund. They're not, this project would not put 1 yard of permanent concrete on this facility. Everything will be gravel, it'll be removable. They will put liners underneath. Your job as the planning commissioner is to see if it meets the requirements for a special use permit. It does, in my opinion. The fact is I read that big binder of an EIR in the span of a week. And I was amazed of an actual project that reduces the emissions by being developed. And how that's done is very easy. This project, they would have to travel 7 miles to a site off-site, either at the Camarillo Airport or in Ventura Auto Center to park the vehicles that were excesses. Now, this actual project is less than 2 miles from the port to where it's at. That's less than 5 miles. Now, you would think, well, it still has some pollution to travel those 2 miles, but it's electronic vehicles. So there is no emission. Zero. That's the goal. If Oxnard wants to be in the front and center of not only transportation of agriculture, which is over a $2 billion industry in Ventura County, but they also need to be in the forefront of electric vehicles being imported and exported in this area, in this region. And that's something to consider. Now, this is a 3-year project. I was also involved in the fact where Amazon is currently at. There's plenty of space there for development. When that was developed, one of the thoughts was Amgen was going to come on over. It didn't. It was Amazon. But just to finish, this meets all the requirements and it reduces the emission, not increases it. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Ralph Velador, Tevin Smith, Sophia Magellan, Lucas Sucker. We'll stop there.
Good evening, Honorable Chair and Commission. My name is Ralph Velador, and I'm here speaking on behalf of the 32,000 members of the Southern California District Council of Labor International Union North America, or better known as LIUNA, and the many who live here, right here in Oxnard. And if approved tonight, this project will allow our union members who live right here in the community the ability to work close to home, spend quality time with their families. And we are confident that if passed tonight, we will deliver the very best project for our community and we'd be proud to build it. The port has partnered with us because of their core beliefs of well-paid, benefited construction jobs mirror ours. Let's not pass up this grand opportunity to put local union members to work. That being said, we fully support the Port of Hueneme temporary storage facility. Thank you for allowing me to speak tonight.
Thank you for your comments. Our next speaker is Tevin Smith, Sophia Magalon, Lucas Zucker, Vanessa Taran.
Good evening, Planning Commissioners. My name is Tevin Schmidt, and I'm the Watershed Scientist for the Wish-Toyo-Chumash Foundation. For the following reasons, Wish-Toyo urges the Planning Commission to reject the final EIR for the Port of Hueneme's temporary vehicle storage facility. The city failed to inform the public of the full scope of the Port of Hueneme's expansion in Oxnard and published its misinterpretation of reasonably foreseeable impacts that the project would have on the environment, cultural resources, and the Oxnard community. Multiple comment letters were submitted to the city's planning division detailing the connection between the 34-acre temporary facility and the 250-acre permanent facility for which the port has sought funding. According to signed declarations referenced in these letters, the city has had contact with the port to discuss the temporary facility as a stopgap measure while the city and port work on permitting requirements for the larger project. The 250-acre project meets the definitions of reasonably foreseeable, even if the city has not received a formal application for this project. The city has therefore failed to properly inform the public of the full scope of the project. If this FEIR is approved as written, the city would be in violation of the California Environmental Quality Act for piecemealing the environmental review. The city's response to public comments in the FEIR are woefully inadequate. The city crafted generalized global responses to dozens of substantive comments without properly addressing the detailed concerns. It is the city's obligation to consider all comments received and edit the EIR to address the community's concerns. The city must take this obligation seriously in order for the community to effectively engage in the environmental review process. The city failed in its environmental review, even in instances when changes were made to the EIR to address concerns. For example, the follow-up biological resources inventory 2022 done by DUDEC was completed with no more rigor than the original biological inventory conducted for the draft EIR. In the case of the tricolored blackbird, the inventory suggested the species had not been observed in Ventura County since 1994. This is plainly false, and this is an error made because of the singular referencing of the CNDDB database. According to eBird, a widely accepted citizen science database, dozens of observations of this species have been made with photographic evidence in Ventura County and in the adjacent Ormond wetlands as recently as the summer of 2022. This is just one example of the many sensitive species for which the final EIR failed to analyze impacts. The Planning Commission cannot approve this EIR as written. The document fails to properly inform the community of the full impact of this project and betrays the trust of the community. There are concerned community members and organizations here tonight asking for you to do the right thing. Please consider regaining the trust of the community. Reject this EIR. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you for your comments. Our next speaker is Sophia, Lucas, and Vanessa Turan.
Can I begin? My name is Sophie Magallon, and I am a resident of Oxnard and policy advocate with Cause. I am here today because the community vision for a healthy, accessible, and democratically led city of Oxnard is being threatened. Our city's vision of deindustrializing our coastline and transforming the Ormond Beach wetlands to reverse the legacy of Oxnard's coast being blocked by a wall of heavy industry is being threatened. The plan is to use the last undeveloped land between South Oxnard and the coast to expand its imported vehicle storage for 60,000 new cars annually for 3 to 5 years. That's totaling as many as 300,000 additional cars moving through the communities. Our community does not want increased traffic by our homes and schools that threatens the safety of our children. This project is beside Ormond Beach wetlands, where the city and other agencies are working to restore a public green space for the community to enjoy and take their families. Hueneme Road already has heavy traffic coming from the port and its trucks. This project will bring more polluting, loud, and dangerous port traffic along Hueneme Road, making it harder for families to access Ormond Beach safely. Our vision for clean air in Oxnard and a healthy, safe, and livable environment for our children, family, and friends is being threatened. Our vision for Oxnard to no longer be in the top 80th to 90th percentile of pollution burden is being threatened. I urge you to stand up for the health and safety of South Oxnard residents and reject the final EIR and vote no on the 34-acre Glovis Port expansion. The proposed 34-acre vehicle storage site on Hueneme Road would bring more heavy-duty diesel trucks into South Oxnard near schools, community parks, homes, healthcare centers, placing thousands of young children and families at greater risk of sickness that lasts their entire lives. Haycox Elementary School, where over 1,000 children of color are enrolled and my mom works at, is 0.3 miles away from this proposed site. Diesel exhaust is the #1 cancer-causing air pollutant, and exposure can result in lung function damage in children that lasts a lifetime. The Port of San Diego and Long Beach have committed to 100% zero emissions trucks by 2030. There has been no commitment made by the Port of Hueneme. Our community vision for full transparency and accessibility on planned projects for future developments in Oxnard is being threatened. There's larger plans for the 250-acre logistical park, which will consist of massive parking structures, warehouses, and truck parking. Yet the city has failed to examine the health effects related to this project in the EIR. Our community's vision for long-term, high-paying union jobs in our community is being threatened. It has been stated that this project will only bring 14 direct jobs, all of which are contracted by Glovis, that pay around minimum wage and are non-union. The temporary construction jobs from building trades unions will end very quickly once the fence and gravel are laid out. I have family that works at the port too, and this is not what we want. We want high-paying union jobs in our community. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Mr. Zucker.
My name is Lucas Zucker, Policy Director for Cause. We're here today for one simple reason. Lives are cut short in Oxnard by diesel exhaust. It's not just here, it's happening in portside communities across California, Barrio Logan to West Oakland. Statewide, Latino, Black, and Asian people in California are twice as likely to live near high levels of diesel exhaust. The port has done some good things. The state is pushing all ports to clean up. But the fact remains that right now, for people living in South Oxnard, those trucks coming through their streets are still cancer-causing diesel trucks and will be for many years unless we take action. The Port of San Diego committed to 100% zero-emission trucks by 2030. They're Hueneme's main competitor. Our port hasn't. They say, well, technically, there's going to be no trucks on the site. Make no mistake, Glovis needs to get every car stored on that 34 acres to a dealership somewhere, and they're not going to fly by magic carpet. This really is a unique piece of land at the corner of Hueneme and Saviors to turn into a giant parking lot. Saviors is South Oxnard's main corridor. This is the gateway to Ormond Beach. If we keep filling out Hueneme Road with logistics facilities, it's going to turn into a wall of dirty truck traffic blocking the coast, and the city is going to be kicking itself once Ormond Beach is restored. There's been a lot of spin about this project. I think one obvious one is you're hearing two different stories. Our friends in labor are being told that this project is going to allow the port to grow and grow and grow, and more shipments will come through. And yet the documents you have before you say, well, this is just moving it from Camarillo and Ventura to South Oxnard. It's not going to increase shipments at all. But which one is it? Can't be both. Your role is planning for the long run of this city. The construction jobs are going to be gone quickly when they pour gravel and put up a fence. We'll be left with a dozen jobs at Glovis, a non-union company paying near minimum wage without steady hours. We're talking half a job per acre, probably the least jobs of any kind of development, commercial, residential, you could do on that 25 football fields of land. I know we don't have the kind of money and power that the other side has here. I just urge you to look at the evidence, look at the documents before you, all that you've seen, and ask yourself, are you really getting the straight story here? Ask yourself, what would Carmen do? I think you know the answer. South Oxnard deserves a better deal than this, better partnership, a better vision, better for workers, better for the environment, better for our youth. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Vanessa Turan.
Good evening, Chair and Commissioners. Vanessa Teran, Policy Director with MyCop. I also lead MyCop's health and equity and advocacy initiatives. Tonight, we're here to stand in protection and solidarity of native land for the health and clean air of our South Oxnard community, where many of our Indigenous farmer community resides. None of our families want to see a diesel death zone appear in their backyard, because that is what is going to be created if you approve this 34 acres Globus project. I'm sorry to say that all the workers here are being given false hope in this respect, being told that the port is going green and that it will be even going greener, essentially greenwashing the community to paint itself as a beautification project. But this has nothing to do with the impact of the expansion. The expansion project, though temporary, will have a long-term devastating effect on our health. Today isn't about taking jobs from workers. Today is about preserving some of the Central Coast's last remaining open green spaces that is home to boundless amounts of flora and fauna. The Port of Hueneme is the only port in Southern California to not commit to going green by 2035. I'm urging you, Oxnard Planning Commission, to reject the final EIR and vote no on the 34-acre Globus project expansion. As it is, the project will bring in more diesel trucks into Hueneme Road, polluting our air with more cancer-causing diesel exhaust. Many of our Indigenous community remain uninsured and underinsured, many without soliciting medical attention. As you know, diesel has been proven to cause asthma, making also pre-existing asthma even worse. Other symptoms that go unreported often feel lightheadedness, headaches, nausea, and we very much know that long-term exposure to diesel exhaust may lead to serious health effects. These damages are harmful to the most vulnerable who continue to be left out of our healthcare system. As there is no complete safety net for the uninsured, we must think about our families and their well-being when we make these decisions and not color it in disguise of this beautification project that actually causes more damage than good to our health and spirit. It does no good to give health air monitors when the actual air quality is worse than what is indicated. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. At this time, were you originally called? What's your name? Is that, yes? Okay, go ahead.
Good evening, Planning Commissioners. My name is Lisette Gabriel Rodriguez. I am a South Oxnard resident and community organizer with Cause. I am here tonight to speak about safe access to the coast and beach and to vote no on the 34-acre project. This project is right between South Oxnard neighborhoods and both Hueneme and Ormond beaches. Hueneme Road already has heavy traffic coming from the port. This project will bring more polluting, loud, and dangerous port traffic along Hueneme Road, making it harder for families to safely access Ormond Beach. And that makes me feel so unsafe because of the added pollution and traffic. I used to take the bus to work. My bus stop was near a busy road, and I remember seeing these big diesel trucks that would not even stop to yield. I was almost struck 3 separate times. Because of this reason, I fear for my family member safety because they walk and bike to the beach. I am also scared of them being placed in more danger. That is why I am here to tell you to vote no on the 34-acre project, because we, South Oxnard residents, deserve to have a safe walk to or bike to the beach in both the air that we breathe and danger from the streets. Thank you.
Thank you for that. At this time, we're going to take a quick short recess and then we'll come back and reconvene. Thank you. All right, welcome back. We're going to go ahead and continue with this item. This is item F1, which is the Port of Hueneme Temporary Outdoor Vehicle Storage Facility Planning and Zoning Permit number 18-500-02. At this time, we're going to go ahead and continue with our list of speakers. Again, if you wish to speak on this item, please submit your speaker card to the Commission Secretary. Sir, was your name called in that first batch? Yes. What was your name? Edward Gonzalez. Okay, I have your card right here. Go ahead.
All right. I've been a resident from Oxnard for all my life, actually. Raised in El Rio, then moved to Oxnard. I started working in the port at 86. And since then, I've seen the port have grown a lot. It created a lot of jobs. And as far as green, we are one of the greenest ports in the West Coast. And as far as promises to like make our port totally green before 30 the year 2030, whatever. We are actually putting it in place. Our cranes have an electric wheel on the back of them, and they're putting boxes in places for those cranes, so they can plug into the electricity and just use without using diesel. They'd be using, and diesel are UTRs. They have depth. It's a California state law that you have to have depth, and depth is a compound that eliminates emissions, diesel emissions. So quite a bit. So we are one of the greenest ports that there is, and we have created a lot of work. I've seen a lot of work created since I've been working in the port. A lot of jobs. I've never seen so many members before. When I first started, I mean, there was only like less than 100 members. When I was started as a casual, now there's probably over 200 members with A and B class. And that's not even calling the casuals that are part-time. So we create jobs, and the jobs are created out of our environment, not just 12 jobs. They got people who have to, in the vehicle processing centers, they have to prepare the vehicles, put in stereos, put in lights, because they don't come all put together sometimes. So there's more than 12 jobs created. There's quite a bit of jobs created. So I think this project would be a great project to create more jobs. I mean, I love animals myself too, but our country, I think, was founded on Christianity, and God says, let man rule over the animals and over the fowls of the air, and not the animals rule over the humans. So I believe this is a great project, and this would be good for our environment, as well as good for our community, to build our community. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your comments. Our next speaker is going to be Yaretsi Ventura, Manuel Gonzalez, Nancy Lindholm, Maria Navarro, and Angie Garcia. Lindholm, you can go ahead and go.
Thank you, Chair Chavez and Commissioners. Nancy Lindholm, President and CEO of the West Ventura County Business Alliance, formerly known as the Oxnard Chamber of Commerce, which has a 115-year history in this community. Along the way in that history, we were actually a key player in the creation of the Oxnard Harbor District, which of course you know is the governing body of the Port of Hueneme. I'm going to reiterate what I've said at this podium many times before. We are very concerned about quality of life for all community members, and sincerely believe that a good quality of life starts with a good job. So jobs are always a top priority for us. We'd like to I have a whole page of statistics of jobs and economy and everything else, and I think the applicant has already outlined that in their presentation. So just a couple of points. The port obviously went beyond the normal requirements when they commissioned the EIR for this project. I did review a lot of the AIR and it's plainly states there are no impacts that can't be mitigated. So we are asking that the commission certainly adopt the staff recommendations. I did want to add one other thing after listening to some of the comments today. There have been many instances of or references to a 250 acre site project. As far as I know, that is not on the agenda tonight. And I would encourage you to get the opinion of the city attorney's office, if you can even consider those comments. So thank you very much. Again, we support the project and hope you will adopt the staff recommendations.
Thank you for your comments. Our next speakers are Yeretsi Ventura, Manuel Gonzalez, Maria Navarro, Angie Garcia, Carolina Garado Magaña. What is, I'm sorry, your name?
I'm speaking for Angie.
Do you have a speaker card or no? Okay, so after you're done speaking, if you can just fill out a speaker card, just so we have a record of it, okay?
Okay.
Thank you. Please go ahead.
Hi, my name is Anastasia Ortiz. I am a student at Channel Islands High School and youth leader with Cause. Tonight I'm going to read Angie's public comment who had to be picked up not too long ago. Good evening, my name is Angie Garcia. I am a sophomore at Wainimi High School and a Cause youth leader from South Oxnard. I don't want more pollution in our community. We already have enough pollution in our city as it is. We don't need more. I'm concerned for our community's health. I personally know what it's like to have someone be affected by our air quality. My mom has suffered from lung-related health issues. It got to the point where she couldn't even laugh without having a coughing fit. She's gotten better, but I just know bringing this project would make her health worse. And so many other individuals in our neighborhoods, please vote no on the Galovia's 34-acre project. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for your comments. Do we have a Yoretzi Gonzalez? Manuel Gonzalez?
Excuse me, Chair.
Yes.
I believe Yuritsa is calling in.
Okay.
Hello.
Yes, you have 3 minutes. Go ahead.
Okay. Good evening, planning commissioners. My name is Yuritza Ventura. I am a senior at Wainimi High School and I am a youth leader with Cause. I'm here to speak about how I don't want to be for South Oxnard to be a diesel death zone. I am here to ask you to vote no on the 34-acre expansion project. I have lived my entire life in Oxnard, and more specifically in South Oxnard ever since I was 4 years old. In fact, I live very close to where the 34 acres will be built. And in fact, I'm like literally a street away from there. Throughout my entire life, I've seen trucks pass by and I never thought anything about it because they're just there. But I now know that the trucks bring diesel and diesel's not good for us, right? And I don't want that, especially since I went to Haycox as my elementary school. And that's like right there next to where the trucks pass by. and for the majority of my life, I've seen trucks pass by every day, and I never thought anything about it. And from what I've I learned how diesel is not good for our health, right? And I have younger siblings, and I don't want them to be affected by the diesel that's going to be brought in for the port expansion. And like, I don't want my community to be affected by what the project is going to bring, especially since I have family who lives here, and Oxnard is already in the 90th percentile for asthma rates. I just don't want that here. We already have a lot of things that are affecting our health negatively. And right across from the project, there are literal stores right there where people go every single day to buy food, to go shop, to buy shoes, anything. And I don't think anyone would want that where they live at, especially since it's gonna impact their health negatively. So I ask you to vote no on the 34-acre expansion. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Our next speaker is Maria Navarro, Carolina Garado Magaña, Anthony Morales, Kay Adderell, I'm sorry, and Odette Moran. Ms. Navarro.
Good evening, everyone. A few months ago, in a Ventura General Plan meeting, some lady said, "We don't want to be like Oxnard. We don't want to be like Oxnard." This is something that I've heard my entire life, and I'm sure that many in this room have heard so as well. Over and over and over again, this looming narrative that Oxnard is somehow less than, that it has nothing, that it is nothing but an uncomfortable sight between here and Malibu. That's not true. Aren't we a city of creators? A city of fighters and visionaries that pull forward towards progress? Because that's what this meeting is about today. This meeting is about our shared vision of long-term progress. Do we envision a city made out of concrete? Do we envision a city made of steel and of fences? I want to ask that. I want to ask you, is that our self-worth? Ronald, 50 years from now, how are we going to explain to future generations why we allowed 250 acres of parking to be the gateway into Oxnard? Are we going to let the hurtful narrative of Oxnard live on for another generation so that other Oxnardians are saying again and again, or being subjected to these comments, "We don't want to be like Oxnard. Oxnard is not good enough. Oxnard is ghetto"? Because make no mistake, right? That decision starts here in this meeting, all for the promise of short-term progress. To everyone here, I invite you to envision a new kind of progress, one that doesn't force us to sacrifice our health and our self-worth, and instead is led by the community, one that serves the community, not an entity. Take action now. I urge you to vote no. And since I do have a couple of seconds left, I want to point out that we're not against the port. We're not against unions. COS itself is unionized. What I'm really against is this tunnel vision. To me, if those 32 acres must be developed, they would equate roughly to 900 units of housing, 900 units. Housing that is badly needed and that could be constructed through a freaking PLA and would equate to longer lasting union jobs. What we should really be talking about is zoning and land use change for that area. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Our next speaker is Carolina, followed by Anthony, followed by Kay, followed by Odette, followed by Daniela Aguirre.
Hi, good evening. My name is Carolina Gallardo Magaña, and I am a South Oxnard resident. I have lived in South Oxnard for over 30 years, and I have seen this property the same way, if not dirtier. At first, I was not in support of the 34 acres project. Why? Because I was not too familiar with it. The project has my support. They have demonstrated that they are acting with good faith. They have installed an air quality monitor, which was supposed to be installed in Winnie Elementary, which is on Ventura Road. We, the community of South Oxnard, South Winds specifically, advocated for that monitor to be installed in our neighborhood, which was granted. And why? Because we have the Halaco plant right in front. We have the power plant, we have all the fields around us. So why not to have the air quality monitor there? And the port and everybody agreed to put it in South Winds. Also, the EIR was not a requirement. The port volunteered to have it done. That shows good faith from the port, our neighbors. The port also has had very good faith, has had a lot of support, even during pandemic, for the South Oxnard residents, not just for South Winds, not just for Cypress, but basically for the entire county. And they are there for us. They are there for the neighbors, for the residents of South Oxnard. The port is our neighbor, and and they support our community in many ways. I have no doubt this support will continue. By having this project in our community will bring safety to our residents in a way that there will be a security guard at the location. And that in a way will possibly reduce the crime around us, which has increased greatly in the past months. And of course, we have to hold the port accountable for any wrongdoing, no doubt. And I will be there to watch over that. So I strongly support the port. And most of the people who are talking, they said we have wetlands. Why are they proposing to build homes on wetlands? When this project is not a permanent project, it's a temporary one. Why not give that chance, the opportunity to our neighbors to prove themselves to us they are doing it in a good faith? Thank you for your time.
Thank you for your comments. Our next speaker is Anthony, followed by Kay, followed by Odette, followed by Daniela, followed by Lucia Marquez.
Good evening, Honorable Chair, Vice Chair, Oxnard Planning Commission. My name is Anthony Morelos. I'm the Business Manager for Labor's International Union North America, LIUNA Local 585. I represent about 500 working families here in Oxnard. My fellow brothers are here in the orange. And the rest live and reside in the rest of the county. For our workers, our community, for hardworking families, this project is about jobs, about helping our country transition to electric vehicles to reduce carbon emission and our reliance on fossil fuels. In the past, we spoke against environmentalists, but now we're actually working with CFROG. CFROG has grant money with IBW and us, and we're creating a certification for electrification. So we are working with the opposite, with the environmentalists. Recently, I don't know if you guys know there's been a notice for offshore wind that's going to be happening off the Central Coast. Lucas Zucker and Cause was invited to speak on how they're going to outreach for the community to bring those jobs and opportunities. Well, this is part of that. Once we get past these 34 acres, December 6th, there's going to be an announcement by who gets the award for those offshore zones. And once that happens, that's going to be about $6 to $7 billion investment between here and the Central Coast. So by doing this, this allows the port to modernize their facilities and be a candidate to bring those jobs here. And if we don't, we lose the opportunity to be part of this green economy. And once these companies come here, we are going to reach out to Cause and look for opportunities for this advantage to come into the jobs, for the trades, for protecting the sea animals and everything out there. So if we fail to pass this, we fail the green jobs and opportunity to bring to this county. So we urge you to move forward with this and bring the opportunities to bring Oxnard to the next level. We also participate in the climate action, the CAPS plan. The representatives from the port sit with me on the Workforce Development Board.
we're advising the county on where we want to go with skills and upskilling for the green economy. So we are all in this together. And I say, let's continue to work together and move this into where we need to be. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Our next speaker is Kay, followed by Odette, followed by Daniela, followed by Lucia, and followed by Emmanuel de la Torre.
I have Kay's comment. Can I read it or? Hey.
Mr. Rizal,
No, she cannot. She has already spoken. She cannot speak again.
thank you. Are any of those speakers that I called here?
Yes, hi, my name is Odette.
Odette? Okay, thank you. Please go ahead.
Good evening, my name is Odette. My pronouns are they, them, theirs, ella in Espanol, and I am a South Oxnard resident of over 20 years and a community organizer with Cause. I'm here today to tell you to vote no on the 34-acre project, as it will increase traffic on our streets. It will increase the amount of trucks that pass around Oxnard neighborhoods. And we will be breathing more more cancer-causing diesel exhaust all throughout Oxnard. The biggest, the part is concentrated in South Oxnard. We know that these cars are going to be driven on diesel trucks because the port confirmed it during the community workshop in March. And the first time, I must be incredibly honest with you, I heard about this project, I felt my heart drop. As I was born with smaller lungs due to a really air pollution from my hometown in Mexico City. One of the many reasons that my family decided to drop everything and move here to Oxnard. It hurts me to think of the future of South Oxnard filled with lifelong diseases, children born with smaller lungs just like me. But what stabs my heart even more to the point where I cannot move anymore is knowing that South Oxnard has not been told the full truth about this project, that this is a segue to the bigger 250-acre project. And there are public documents that prove that. And the FEIR does not consider these full impacts that this is going to have in our community. Right here, I have over 2,500 signatures that were gathered by South Oxnard youth and young adults. Some of you who are here today, some who could not make it, some who had to leave early because they have school tomorrow. These represent 2,500 face-to-face conversations with concerned residents. Over 450 of these are from Hueneme and Channel Islands High School students who, as you heard a Hueneme High School teacher say earlier today, are frustrated and fed up with South Oxnard becoming the dumping ground of industrial projects just like this one. Once more, over 2,500 South Oxnard residents who had no idea that this project was proposed and who were appalled by this truth. Will you side with money and continue to deny these full impacts? That's why I'm here to tell you to vote no on this 34-acre project, because it is the responsible thing to do. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Our next speaker is Daniela, Lucia, Emmanuel, Jonathan Human, and Vanessa Buenasaro. Your name?
Daniela Aguirre.
Daniela, please go ahead.
Good evening, planning commissioners. My name is Daniela Aguirre, and I am attending CSUCI. I'm asking for a no vote on the 34-acre parking lot. One time riding my bike on Hueneme Road next to a shopping center, I could not take the southbound bike lane because it is non-existent. It has a ditch running next to it. And there were already too many semi-trucks. So I biked on the sidewalk. But then a cop in a motorcycle stopped me and gave me a $200 ticket. Imagine walking, driving, or biking where many semi-trucks transit on narrow roads. Hueneme Road gives access to many neighborhoods like in Haycock school children. This would risk the safety of these commuters and even pedestrians. I felt scared of semi trucks whenever I've been cycling to Ormond Beach. We need to focus on expanding public transportation. I live in an area where the closest bus is a 20-minute walk away in Oxnard. We should have more promotion and visible schedules of public transport. The 34-acre site is designated by the Navy as a sound barrier reserve too, so that would not be good to build there. It is contaminated all around by halico, and even the EPA stated that it has bled into groundwater. It needs cleaning first and foremost. There are six parking storage sites already in South Oxnard, and Globus can create a parking lot anywhere else in the USA coast that are not super industrialized, harming a great amount of students and residents. A total of 4,014 people died from semi-truck crashes in 2020 in the US. There's already a storage site across Haycox, and they have Maserati cars that no one needs to use. Like, they're not necessary in this world. We need to have better public transit, like which the East Coast is more advanced with. We could be like them, and we need more railways and bike access. As you can hear, I have sinusitis, inflamed turbinates, so when I'm at CSUC, I can breathe clear, but not in Oxnard. We need to stop mass appropriating the earth. There's a limit of coltan in the Congo where we get those sources, where even it is becoming scarce, and there is the opposite of fair trade there with children mining it. Yes, and that's all. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Our next speaker is Lucia, Emmanuel, Jonathan, Vanessa, and Oliver Martinez.
I'm Lucia.
Thank you.
Well, good evening. My name is Lucia Marquez. I'm the Associate Policy Director at CAUSE. It's clear that there's community agreement that we want good jobs. I mean, we feel it and see it in this room tonight. There is this contradicting narrative between environmental advocates being told that this project is just shifting storage from Camarillo and Ventura to this storage site, while labor is being told that there's going to be an increase of shipments and jobs for longshoremen and drivers and people who offload shipment from Globus at the port. Both cannot be true. Someone is not being told the truth. It's important to know what kind of jobs are being created by Globus. I want to share a story that was sent to us from someone who worked for Globus between the years of 2015 and 2021. From their time employed by Globus, there was continuous employee retaliation. When the company needed people to work long hours, they forced overtime when they really needed people to stay. In 2017, management stood in front of the time clocks and prevented employees from clocking out. Any employee that tried to leave their regular 8-hour shift was sent to HR management and questioned about why they didn't stay and work longer hours. When workers did not meet their daily output goals, they would be severely questioned and yelled at by their management. This individual was also part of a class action suit against Globus because workers were not being paid correctly and were not able to take their lunch breaks. He described working at Globus as a toxic workplace. This is why he left Globus and moved out of Oxnard to find new work in LA. We want long-term, high-paying union jobs in our community. This isn't it. Our community deserves better. CAUSE is not against the Port of Hueneme. We are against a flawed EIR that does not comply with California standards and requirements. Voting to get a better EIR and better alternatives doesn't mean you're against the port. Rather, it's ensuring that the port lives up to its commitment to be a good steward for the public. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Our next speaker is Emmanuel, Vanessa, Oliver, and Anthony Ventura.
I'm Vanessa.
Thank you.
Oh, okay, sorry.
Sorry, I was trying to with glasses.
No worries. Go ahead. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Kyle Emmanuel de la Torre. I am 15 years old and I was raised here in Oxnard. I'd like to thank you for being here today and taking the time to genuinely listen to everyone's comments. I know it's your job, but thank you. I know it's getting late, but this hearing is definitely worth it. I believe that this project should be denied because Oxnard's air is already being negatively impacted by the current power plants on Hueneme Road. I bring up these power plants for their very real example of the existing air pollution that is in Oxnard that has already caused illnesses within our community. If this project is passed, then it would add on to our existing air pollution. Adding the diesel air pollution from the trucks that would import and export the incoming vehicles to the lot would cause more harm than good, that no excuse would outweigh the injustice it would create. If able, it would be best to use the plot of land to reduce our housing crisis. But either way, I encourage you to reject this project and prioritize the well-being of our Oxnard members. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Again, Vanessa, Oliver, Anthony Ventura, Jonathan Duran, and Joshua Medrano, sorry.
All right, good evening, planning commissioners. My name is Vanessa Von Rosero. I am a current student at California Lutheran University, and I am a young adult leader with cause. I am here tonight to speak about safe access to our beaches and to tell you to vote no on the 34-acre expansion. I am from South Oxnard, specifically in the zip code 93033, and I would like to share my personal perspective from being raised in South Oxnard, where I have lived 5 minutes away from Wainimi Beach to now where I currently live in Thousand Oaks. As you may know, Thousand Oaks is considered one of the high-income communities in Ventura County. Living the differences makes me feel confused and bothered on why South Oxnard keeps becoming the constant pinpoint for industrialization, even though we have not given any reason to be treated this way. I am so used to seeing concrete and metal that when I moved to Thousand Oaks, it was like breathing fresh air from the lack of industrialization. South Oxnard residents deserve to be treated the same as any other resident living in Ventura County, keeping our communities treated with respect like Thousand Oaks. In Thousand Oaks, I have been noticing a difference in access for clean, safe, and preserved natural environments. The community has much more access to natural resources and safe environments such as local parks, mountain trails, and cleaner streets. How come South Oxnard isn't receiving the same treatment? I do not see a city like Thousand Oaks being sacrificed for the gain of industrial profit. I strongly believe that if a project like this will be proposed in Thousand Oaks, it would immediately get denied in order to keep their areas cleaned with no questions asked. Adding to that, Oxnard is known for its beaches. Residents like myself consider the beach as a natural resource where we can relax and enjoy our city. I would walk to the beach at times, and I can remember noticing how much traffic there is on Wainimi Road on a daily basis, how much diesel exhaust is being inhaled while we are relaxing or walking to the beach. It is clear that Wainimi Road is not meant to be for our community, but it is still the only walkable direct path to the beach from South Oxnard. It makes me sad to the point where I feel like it is normal to see pollution and safety hazards everywhere I go in South Oxnard, especially by the Wainimi Beach. That should not be the case. There is a need for awareness and preservation for our beaches and enforcing policies on how to better the air quality and hazardous roads. This is why I'm here to tell you to vote no on the 34-acre expansion project. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Oliver, Anthony, Jonathan, Joshua, and Mirapaz.
Yes,
Jacobo?
I'm Oliver.
Oliver?
Yes.
Thank you.
Good evening, Planning Commission. My name is Oliver. I am a 10th grader at Wainimi High School, and I am a youth leader with cause. I am here to speak about the health impacts to South Oxnard's community that will be caused by the 34-acre expansion project. I am here today to ask you to vote no on the 34-acre expansion. The 34-acre expansion is located within close proximity of Haycox Elementary. These young kids have small lungs, which will be more affected by the increase of diesel caused by the diesel trucks going through the community. This area is already affected by heavy industries. If you go down the road a bit, the air smells very bad from the factory releasing ammonia. I've even seen little kids playing by the factory, most likely because they don't know the dangers of being within close proximity of this area. This port expansion will bring even more industry to the area, which will negatively affect the community than what it is already being affected. The area can become a diesel death zone, and we don't want this for Oxnard because diesel is the #1 source of cancer from all air pollutants. I have passed by the area where the 34-acre expansion is going to be. I have seen how many stores there are right in front of this area. There's a Family Dollar and a place to do your laundry right in front of this location, and even food trucks parked there. Many people pass by this area, and I don't want South Oxnard's communities to suffer. South Oxnard already has enough to worry about, and they don't need another location that can negatively affect their health. Oxnard is already in the 90th percentile for asthma in all of California. The cases of asthma will only go up with more diesel, and the people who already have asthma will have a harder time to breathe. The people in South Oxnard do not deserve to be treated this way. I have a close friend who lives in South Oxnard, right next to a 34-acre site. I do not want to see them to get sick from the diesel. I also worry not just for their lung health, but for their safety. These trucks are very big and it could be dangerous just by crossing the street. I worry for the health and safety of the community of South Oxnard. And once again, I ask you to vote no on the 34-acre expansion. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for your comments. Our next speaker is Anthony, followed by Jonathan, followed by Joshua, followed by Mira Paz, followed by Francine Castanon. Your name?
Marbelli, but I'm gonna be reading Kia's.
Okay. Hold on one second. Okay, I'm gonna put it back in rotation. So at this time, if we can just move to the side and then I'll put it back in the rotation of the speakers, okay? Thank you. So Anthony, followed by Jonathan, followed by Joshua, followed by Mary Paz, and then Francine Castanon.
Good evening, planning commissioners. My name is Anthony Ventura. I'm a resident of the county and a representative of the Southwest Regional Council of Carpenters Local 805, representing over 60,000 carpenters council-wide, with 2,000 of them right here in the 805, with the bulk of those members right here in the city of Oxnard. We come tonight as one voice in support of Project 34. Supporting this project is easy to understand the economic benefits. It will create 30 new permanent jobs on top of the construction jobs that it will provide. It will generate $2.2 million annually in local salaries. This will also bring in much needed tax revenue to an area along with the money getting put right back into the communities, local merchants. We like to call it reinvestment in our future. The average auto segment wages are over $73,000 a year. As a resident of the county, we know that we need two things right now. We need jobs that pay a livable wage and the revenue generated to put back into the community. This project does both of these. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Jonathan, followed by Joshua, followed by Mira Paz, Francine Castanon, Kathy Witherman. Your name, sir?
Hi, my name is Jonathan Allman. You called my name?
I did call you.
Is this
Go ahead.
Jonathan?
I did call you.
Okay.
Go ahead.
All right. Good evening, members of the commission. My name is Jonathan Allman. I am the director of the Santa Barbara Ventura chapter of the Sierra Club. I'm here today to reiterate our opposition to this project. The EIR, the final EIR, is insufficient and the wrong conclusion was reached by your staff. In addition, I'm urging you not to move forward with the special use permit today or any day. This is inappropriate. And I'll tell you right now why. I'm going to divide this time that I have left between three items. One is the port, the second is the land, and third is the vision. Let's first talk about the port. The port would have you believe they are a green port. In fact, they commonly say that. They say that all the time. In fact, they get everybody in the room to believe that. But the only people actually who are saying that is the port. They want you to believe that they're the greenest, most wonderful thing. But if they were so green, why would they be trying to expand so much to be more like Long Beach? Why would they be doing that? And also, why would they be one of the only ports to not agree to convert the diesel trucks to all electric? So I don't think that's so green. And most of the environmental community is not endorsing the port, the green port. Then let's talk about the land. And also I want to just point out, they made the argument, they introduced the Volkswagen money today. That was suspiciously interesting that they would do that on the day of the decision. Second is the land. Let's talk about, this is upland transitional zone, critically important to those wetlands. 20 jobs versus the only connection to those restored wetlands. I ask you this. What are we talking about here? 20 jobs is not that much. I admit it's a job, but for 26 football fields, for 5,000 cars imported, luxury vehicles that are probably not going to be electric because they won't qualify for the $7,500 federal tax rebate, which requires that electric cars be built in the United States. And then the vision. The people need access to the beach, that need nature. And you could build a boardwalk over this area and over the wetlands to the beach and provide beach access for a community that really needs it.
Thank you for your comments. Our next speaker is Jonathan, followed by Joshua, followed by Mira Paz, followed by Francine, followed by Kathy, and Lori Espinosa.
Hello, Commissioners. Good evening, everyone. Again, I just want to echo my colleagues, representatives, and the labor that's here in the room. Want to move forward with this. Again, yes, it's going to be parking. It's going to be turned into, but the jobs that are going to be created because of this, including the offshore wind projects that are coming down the pipe, infrastructure coming in and out of the port, expanding some of those roads, making those roads safe for people to travel up and down. Those create jobs within the city. And majority of those workers that are in my organization, in the Carpenters Union, reside within the Oxnard. So again, it's just going to help put money back into this community and allow people to go work back in their own home. And we all know how gas is right now. And we feel the pinch at the pump, filling up some of our vehicles, $200 today for me. But those are things that we want to make sure, hey, we have an opportunity if we can spend our money back in our own community and spend time with our family. That's what we want. So I ask the commission to move this forward. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Joshua, Mira Paz, Francine, Kathy, Lori, and Raul Lopez.
All right, well, thank you very much, honorable commissioners. We appreciate your time this evening. My name is Joshua Medrano. I am the Executive Secretary Treasurer of the Tri-Counties Building and Construction Trades Council of San Luis Obispo, Santa Barbara, and Ventura counties. We represent the Asbestos Heating and Frost Insulators Local 5, Boilermakers Local 92, Bricklayers Allied Crafts Local 4, Cement Masons Local 600, IBW Electricians Local 952, Elevator Constructors Local 18, Ironworkers Reinforced Local 416, Ironworkers Structural Local 433, Operating Engineers Local 12, Painters and Allied Trades District Council 36, Pipe Trades Local 484, Pipe Trades Local 345, Pipe Trades District Council number 16, Pipe Trades Sprinkler Fitters Local 669, Plasters Local 200, Roofers and Waterproofers Local 36, Sheet Metal Workers Local 104, Teamsters Local 186, and we stand in solidarity with the Southwest Regional Council of Carpenters as well as LIUNA Local 585. We are the city of Oxnard. Okay, and tonight we are discussing, and I have to applaud the youth of this community because it has been far too long since I have personally seen our youth take any type of consideration and activism. So I applaud everybody that has spoken tonight. We need you. Please continue to educate yourself and fight for what you believe in. Now I'm going to fight for what we believe in, and that is an equitable future for all. Now, something has to happen. We understand that there are some environmental concerns. We get that. However, what we need to realize as a community is the only way moving forward is together. The only way we got those air monitoring systems was not any environmental organization. It was the port. It was their hard work, along with the trades and other people of this community, to get those air monitors. So I ask you, what have they not done? Okay. At some point, one domino has to fall in order for everything to be considered moving forward. This is the first of many, absolutely, but it's the first of bringing green, sustainable jobs to our community, which we are in dire straits, needing these tax dollars to be plugged back into our community so that we can have these programs that help with clean air, that help with electrification of our grid that is in dire straits and needs to be revamped. And the only way to do that is by utilizing tax dollars as necessary for these programs. How do we generate tax dollars, my youth? By bringing in jobs back into the community. So we are here. We want exactly what you want, but there are two sides of the coin, yes, but we forget that there's that third side of the coin, the ridge that goes around it. And the only way we're going to move forward is together. So I have my business card right here, and I encourage any of you to please contact me so I can educate you on what labor is truly doing for this community and what the Port of Hueneme means for our future. Thank you very much. God bless the trades.
Thank you. Thank you for your comments. Mira Paz.
Nope.
Next speaker is Francine, followed by Kathy, followed by Lori, followed by Raul, followed by Larry Stein.
Good evening. So I am a resident of South Oxnard, and we've been talking about this for 4 years. 4 years ago, I ran for city council, and it was quite an issue that was being brought up. All candidates were asked about their position on it. I supported this 4 years ago, and I'm standing here supporting it now. The opposition's rejection of the port project was because of beach access. Today, it's because of air quality control. Please stay consistent with your arguments. And how they're going to build a bridge over a train track that is actively working, I would love to see that. The issue is, you know, they have the right to say no and not agree with things, and that's great. That's how democracy works. But don't stand here and insult my intelligence that I haven't been informed, done my due diligence, or know what's going on in my community. Half of them couldn't even tell you some of the issues that have happened in their community, like the alcohol issues with Walmart when they try to get a liquor license. How about the Cal Fed building when they were trying to make that into a 7-Eleven? When we talk about getting dumped, we get dumped, and they're not here at the table arguing for it. The rest of us are. Labor standing here saying no to these developers who want to come and dump on us. The port has been a great partner. The port has done a lot of great things, and the port has been recognized internationally. Use Google, and you will see that not just here, they've been recognized for their green efforts. They travel the world showing other ports how to be green, what we've done. And as far as tractor trailers, which is called a semi-truck, 35,000 pounds. It cannot carry a load exceeding 90,000. Tractor trailer, when it's driving on the road, is no more than 99,000 pounds. Anything over 100,000 pounds requires a permit. And by having the cars over there, it's easier to load them onto the trains that are taking these cars all over the country to be sold wherever they are, bringing the revenue that helps us in South Oxnard. It's a global picture. Look bigger. And I hope you guys don't kick the can down the road as the council has for the last 4 years. So I hope you guys make a decision tonight so we can move forward and move on to better things for South Oxnard. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. The next speaker is Kathy, followed by Lori, followed by Raul, followed by Larry, followed by Dan Smith.
Hello, my name is Kathy Wertheim, and I represent Gold Coast Veterans Foundation. I want to speak in support of the port in this project. Gold Coast Veterans Foundation gets calls all the time from veterans in other cities. They want to know, is this community friendly to veterans? Yes. Are there jobs for me? Are there jobs for my child? Port Hueneme does great work in hiring veterans. Gold Coast Veterans Foundation is proud to support the port and this project. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Next speaker is Lori, followed by Raul, followed by Larry, followed by Dan, followed by Kevin. Starts with a B, Kevin B. Lori.
Hi, my name is Lori Espinoza, and I also work at the port, but more importantly, I'm a mother. What affects our community directly affects me, and that's why I stand before you. Addressing the teacher's concern earlier about her students. As a longshoreman, I was part of a team from the Port Hueneme and its mayor who went to feed and serve the Hueneme High School varsity football team. We are trying and want to give back. In wake of everything we have all been through, as a community, now in this time, it's time that we do come together. I mean, here we are discussing opportunities that offer a hope for a brighter financial future. A year ago, we were all in fear, in quarantine, in our home, not knowing what the next day was gonna bring. Here we are tonight discussing a project that could benefit others and help subside some fears in regards to a possible recession. I don't know where 20 jobs came from, but just the thought of or thinking of the people that I see out in the port, this involves so many trades to get this thing going. Now that's a blessing. I also think it's amazing that this, really quick, I prayed before I came up here that if it was meant to be, and the speaker before me actually brought up the most important part of why I'm speaking tonight, besides my children. It's the veterans. I'm out there and sometimes I work next to a veteran who's proud to wear his hat. Glovis provides jobs for our retired veterans and our retirement community. I think that's amazing. I think that's a blessing as well. The port generates more than 119 million in direct and related state and local taxes, which fund vital community services that we all benefit from. Our local teens learning about careers involving trade and so many other programs our children are being taught right now during this time in school. The project can only make Hueneme stronger than before, and I ask that you vote yes tonight. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Next speaker is Raul, Larry, Dan, Kevin, and Giselle Gonzalez.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Raul Lopez. Born and raised in Oxnard resident. It's been a while since I've been in this building, so it's nice to see a lot of you. I have friends on one side, I have friends on the other. I myself was the lead organizer in Oxnard for Cause for some years. And, you know, to this day, I still agree with a lot of their positions. I support a lot of what they support. Same with my friends that work at the port. So I have friends on both sides. Majority of my family, they live in South Oxnard. My issue here is that, and just to give context, I was part of the fight against putting another power plant on our coast here in Oxnard. So much so that my particular organization was a little nervous about my tactics that I recommended we do. Luckily, it ended up working. Got national notoriety from it. Fantastic, great win for Oxnard. I had a list of all of the cool things that the port has done to become the greenest port in America. And just FYI to one of the gentlemen said that only the people from the port are saying that it's a green port. I'm not from the port. I don't work for the port. I don't work for anybody. And I am saying they're a green port. So just to correct that fact. Second, you know, I don't have to list all those accolades because they're out there for the public to see and read. You don't become the best, the most green port in the country by doing the bare minimum of your requirements. It takes effort, just like a lot of the efforts that have been brought forth here. I encourage everybody to just take a walk over there. Just take a walk, look at it, walk on it. Last time I was there a couple months ago, I almost stepped in human feces, okay? Just real world stuff. The people of South Oxnard look at that every day. That's what they live in. That's what their environment looks like. Someone is asking to borrow this piece of land, which is privately owned. So I get the dreams and the aspirations of, housing and all that stuff, but guess what? It's privately owned. Right now, there's an actionable plan that puts in mitigation measures with the EIR, and they're about to beautify that area. So now that the people walking down that sidewalk, instead of stepping in human feces, they're gonna see a beautiful native garden, a fence covered with some more native plants, lighting, security. Sure, let's see what happens. And guess what? If it doesn't work out and it pollutes the air, it does some damage, I'll be one of the first ones to stand with them and say, hey, let's fix this. But one example that I do see, I witnessed outside this building tonight. I saw one of the port members very nicely go up to one of the cause members and said, hey, you've done good work. I've seen it, awesome work. Can we have a conversation? And she said, well, you could talk and we'll see. Not how you work together to make a better future, guys. Let's work together.
Thank you for your comments. The next speaker is Larry, followed by Dan, followed by Kevin, followed by Jalissa, followed by Sergio Solis.
Good evening, commissioners. First of all, I want to thank all the young people, those people under 25 who came out and spoke. I tell people you can't be heard if you don't speak up. So I encourage and applaud everyone who came here who may be the first time coming before a public forum and speaking their mind. I may agree with them, I may disagree with them, but I want to applaud them all for their opinion. We heard a discussion tonight on how clean this will be or how dirty this will be. Well, the people from the port say it's going to be very, very clean. The cars are going to be running electric. They're not going to be diesel. So the amount of diesel in the area is questionable that's being raised by cause. Again, our power plants area, some of the cleanest power plants in the world, or at least the United States. They're not very efficient, mind you, but it's some of the cleanest because the filters had in place for the processing of the activities. Now, there are two sides to this issue. First of all is the EIR. The city has a tendency of completing invalid EIRs. The city fails to complete the mitigations of specific plans, and what's going to stop the city from failing to complete the mitigations for this project. I would overall encourage that this project be approved, primarily because it's going to create jobs and the port's going to have these traffic coming through here. I would suggest the mitigations taking place, such as the widening of Hueneme Road. At some points in time, the Hueneme Road is fine, but now with the increased traffic at 2 lanes, one in each direction, kind of indicate that perhaps Hueneme Road needs to be widened. There's an issue, should 2 miles be a sufficient time for transporting these cars? Well, at the end of the day, the cars are going to come into the port and going to come out of the port along Hueneme Road, where they go for 2 miles to this location, or 4 miles or 5 miles to Rice and 5th Street, is up to them. Again, it's cheaper to run 2 miles than 5 miles, but again, the environmental report needs to be reevaluated. I would not suggest approving this project until the EIR gets redone and certified as being complete. We heard stories about an insufficient account of the wildlife at this particular location. And we hear environmentalists saying, look, the counts are wrong. Perhaps the EIR should be done completely correct, and the mitigations that are going to be performed before the construction takes place. Again, the city has a tendency of not completing the mitigations. I spoke to you a month and a half ago. To justify the fact that we have no water. We say we have water according to staff, but they don't, the city attorneys refuse to provide the documentation to have the water. This is just another example of where staff says one thing and facts say something else. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for your comments. Our next speaker is Dan, followed by Kevin, followed by Giselle, followed by Sergio and Rocio Chacon.
Good evening. My name is Dan Smith. I'm president of IBEW Local 952, Ventura, California, or Ventura County. The men and women I represent are the skilled electrical workers that install the electrical in Ventura County. The point I want to make tonight, there's been a lot of points. I want to keep it short. The IBEW is partnered with the Biden administration and the Newsom administration for green energy. A lot of the men and women I represent have installed solar, battery storage, wind, geothermal. We believe in green energy and we believe in this project and we stand in support. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Kevin, followed by, every time I say this name, it comes out different.
Hi. Hello, everyone. My name is Gisela Gonzalez. I am a senior in Wainimi High School. I am here to speak on behalf of the next generation Mixteco longshorewomen, longshoremen, engineers, and doctors. As a global trade and logistics student, I am learning about many future career opportunities for me and my generation. I want to see my community, the indigenous community, to be part of the new green jobs. Are you commissioners going to deny us that opportunity or allow us to also have great careers? Do you want Oxnard to be known for just its field where only indigenous and immigrant communities work, who is barely making enough to live? My family cannot afford to live here in Oxnard. Green space will only gentrify South Oxnard, and I guess we low-income communities will have to migrate somewhere else. But nobody wants to talk about that. Or do you want to be known for the city that provides equity for all of its residents? After all, it's our culture that makes Oxnard what it is, and many other immigrant communities. Please support Project 34 so Mixtecos and immigrant communities can also have high-paying jobs. Thank you for your time. Tishamito.
Thank you for your comments. Sergio Solis, Rocio Chacon, Angela Whitecomb, Balado Maldonado, Joanna Ibanez.
Good afternoon, Planning Commission. My name is Sergio Solis Jr. I am a lifelong resident here of Oxnard. There isn't much I can say that hasn't already been said tonight. There's only a few things I would like to point out. A lot of the things that have been said tonight have been tales of favoritism, nepotism. The port has spent many years building up the repertoire, being proactive in a lot of things, so they can have a lot of talking points for tonight. That's something we should all be aware of. One thing I have the biggest problem, it's not that I'm against the port expansion. I'm against a project that does not help the whole Oxnard community as a whole. My biggest thing is I'm not against unions, I'm not against the port. I support the unions. But one thing I would like to point out, why is the union supporting this? Where are they on other matters that are more effective, more bigger issues in our city than this, that actually affect all residents, not just them?
Mr. Solis.
But I'm pointing that out.
Mr. Solis, Mr. Solis, just hold, excuse me, please, one moment. Stop the time, please. Please direct all your comments to the commission, okay?
Okay.
I understand what you're trying to do, but your comments should be directed to the commission. Thank you.
I totally do. Like I explained that, one thing I have a big issue with, I see the unions here today, and I only see them when it involves them. They don't come out to help the city. They like to speak out. They're here to support the city. They're here to help the city. They're here to rebuild the city. But when it comes to bigger issues that doesn't involve them, they're not there. What the fuck? My bad. So I don't know. That's one issue with them. Another thing is like, Carmen would be rolling in her grave right now if this passes. This is literally a big middle finger to her. I said, there's a little side note. Like I said, a lot of these tales are favoritism and nepotism. I've heard, I know this, I'm not saying the port shouldn't be doing this, and I actually applaud them for doing this, but they've really stepped into, and partially is City of Oxnard's fault for cutting fundings in the arts and other recreational activities, where the port has been able to step in and provide funding for a lot of these organizations to give them aid, and for these organizations to come out and support them. I don't know, there's a lot going on, there's a lot going under, a lot not being said. I'm just, don't support this. This is not the way to go. There's other ways we can help the city. There's other developments we can do. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. The next speaker is Rocio, Angela, Mr. Maldonado, Joanna, Jose of Cause, Manuel Gonzalez, Tia or Kea. There was someone that was going to speak on her behalf.
Hello, my name is Arvelia and I'll be speaking for Kia. Good evening, Planning Commissioners. My name is Kia Shekina Adrales. I attend Wainimi High School and I'm in the 10th grade. I am also a youth leader with Cause here tonight to speak about safely accessing our beaches and tell you to vote no on the 34-acre expansion project. So as of right now, there is another proposed project between our South Oxnard neighborhoods and Ormond Beach wetlands. It's a restoration project that will allow us to enjoy ourselves with friends and families. However, there has been a problem presented to us: the heavily trafficked Wainimi Road. The road is constantly crowded by a burdensome amount of cars and trucks that will continue to pollute our area as they go on about their drives from the port. This proves a challenge for families who want to access Ormond Beach as it puts their safety on the line. Wainimi Road already has 6 other vehicles storage houses within its area. We don't need any more. They are currently using 31 acres of extra storage at a naval base to help our sister city, LA Sports, because of the pandemic. Instead of giving these businesses the extra room for our land that they need, they should opt to use Navy bases. That is why I am here to tell you to vote no on the 34-acre expansion project. We don't need yet another parking space that will bring us more traffic. We don't need more air pollution and putting our safety in danger while we're trying to get to Ormond and Wainimi beaches. So thank you for taking the time to listen to what I have to say.
Thank you for your comments. Next speaker is Martin Rodriguez.
Sure, Travis, just to notify you that the Cesar Hernandez is on the phone.
Yeah, we're gonna do the last in person, and then we're gonna, our commission secretary will read the last 4 digits of all the numbers and anyone that has a name, and then we'll take them and then we'll run through the list again. Mr. Rodriguez.
Good evening, commissioners. Hey, I appreciate this opportunity to talk. Looks like I'm the last one here. It's been a long day for me, and I forgot my glasses, so I hope I can see this. I do support this project. It's a good project. It's clear that the Port of Oxnard has the city's best interest at heart. And people say about, oh, it's only 5 jobs, 10 jobs, 20 jobs. It's not about these jobs off this one little project. It's the multiplier effect that comes from helping this port. It's one of the things that they also don't mention is the enormous investment in the community. That's a huge part of social justice is investment in your community. They've been a huge partner as well. So, one of the numbers of speakers also talk about the social justice end of things. Well, number one social program is a job. You can't address any other social issue unless you have a job. And I hope you approve this project. It is a good one. And I thank you for your time.
Thank you for your comments. So we'll go to our commission secretary. If you want to go ahead and read the last 4 digits of each of the phone numbers or names of any of the speakers that are raising their hands.
Yes, so the first one is a phone number ending in 4366, and their name is Daniel Feliz Gonzalez. The second one on the list is last 4 digits ending in 1890, by the name of Shirley Godwin, followed by 5006, I did not see that, I did not see them sign up via the comment form. So I don't have their name. And the last phone number ending in the last 4 digits, 7585, and followed by Cesar Hernandez.
Okay, so we'll go ahead and call them in that order. Thank you.
Hello, Planning Commission. My name is Daniel Gonzalez, Organizing Director with Future Leaders of America. I'm here to raise my concerns about the port expansion project and the long-lasting effects it's going to have on our community. 3 concerns that I have are the environmental impact of the project, the lack of transparency, and the suspicious nature of how this project has been carried out. My biggest concern is that we have brought up these issues before, and you all haven't done anything to show that you are taking them seriously. This land is important to our community because it's the last piece of land between South Oxnard neighborhoods and the coast that isn't industrialized. We know that projects like this sometimes come in claiming to be temporary and then later get made permanent. The port has failed to create a long-term plan. If this project is temporary, the community deserves to know what you plan to do after 3 to 5 years. The port also falsely claims that the expansion will reduce air pollutants in our community. However, they fail to mention that the increase in cars being shipped and stored on site will require additional diesel vehicles to transport the cars all around the state, leading to an increase in cancer-causing diesel exhaust in our community. Lastly, I want to say that our community deserves better. Currently, there is an exorbitant amount of vehicle storage sites in Oxnard and Hueneme, in Port Hueneme, which is why we have such poor air quality, and our community should be protected. And increasing the number of diesel trucks in our community will only exacerbate conditions by bringing more polluting, loud, and dangerous port traffic along Hueneme Road. Let's make sure our community is kept safe by voting no on the Glovis port expansion. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Commissioner Secretary, we'll go to the next caller. If we're not getting a response, we'll come back to that one. So we'll go ahead and go to the next one.
Good evening, Commissioners.
Go ahead, you have 3 minutes.
My name is Radhika Kannan, and I'm an attorney from Earth Justice. With our partners, CAUSE, NRDC, Wish-Toyo Chumash Foundation, we submitted comments on the serious deficiencies with this FEIR. We ask that the Commission not approve this project. We're all here today at 9:45 because we care about whether this project will provide stable permanent jobs, protect health and safety, and is in the best interest of the people of Oxnard. This project failed on every front. You've already heard compelling testimony from CAUSE members about the economic and health impacts of this project and the lack of language access that excluded many Oxnard residents from participating. You've also seen detailed comments from experts explaining why the city's traffic and biodiversity analyses were insufficient. I focused my comments on clarifying some key legal problems that make the FEIR before you legally insufficient. First, CEQA requires the city to analyze future projects that are reasonably anticipated. The city is wrong in claiming that something is reasonably anticipated only if an application has been received by the city. But the city cites to no authority for this requirement, nor can it, because such a requirement simply doesn't exist in any legal text. Reasonably anticipated simply asks whether the city had reason to believe that the concrete steps had been taken to implement any given project. We've submitted evidence to this commission showing conceptual plans, internal communications, experts engaged, signed MOUs, and funding requested from the federal government, all of which points to expansion plans at the port, including the 250-acre site. We ask that you look at this wealth of documents, and you will surely find that this FEIR improperly piecemeals the project and fails to consider cumulative impacts. Second, CEQA requires a complete and accurate project description that includes the size of the project and employment generated. We are not against jobs at the port and expanding prosperity, but there are inconsistencies that should give the commission pause. Based on the compelling comments from CAUSE you heard, ask yourselves, is this project really temporary? And does this project generate permanent jobs? Third, it would make sense to have a subsequent hearing to allow for opponents to more fully present their position with experts, like the applicant has done so that this commission has all information to make a proper decision. Finally, under CEQA, the city must consider a reasonable range of alternatives that would substantially lessen significant impacts. The city cannot reject an alternative simply because it's beyond the lead agency's authority. Yet this is precisely what the city has done here. The city directs the public and you commissioners to a cursory general response. Don't accept this incomplete analysis. We have submitted detailed comments on the EIR along with expert analyses and several supporting documents. We ask that the commissioners review these documents in detail and not certify this final EIR. I'm happy to stay online and answer any and all questions. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. We'll go ahead and move on to the next speaker.
Can you hear me?
Yes, you have 3 minutes.
Yes, my name is Shirley Godwin, and I'm a 60-year resident of South Oxnard. I am opposed to this project at this site. And I have questions about the water that will be needed at this site. How will the water be supplied? Has the site been annexed to the Callegas Water District? Would be required to use local water. Another question is, will irrigation pipes be installed along the perimeter to water the plants? Also, will the irrigation systems remain to water the plants after the 5-year project ends? What will be the source of the water to be used for dust control during the grading? Will a water truck be used to keep the dust down on the gravel while the storage lot is in use? We personally at our home have a drought-tolerant yard. We removed all our grass and replaced it with Navajo rock. But we do not park cars on it because it would compress the rock into the ground. And there would be dust if we did drive on it. So you can see why I have these concerns about the water, how much water, and how it's going to be applied at this site. In our home, we also have drought-tolerant ground cover plus drought-tolerant plants, which we water by hand. We have found that it takes a lot of water to get these plants established, and even after a few years, they still require some water, especially during a drought time. And I didn't find anything in the final EIR that addressed these water issues, and I would like to hear how they are going to handle the water for all these various uses. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. We'll proceed to the next speaker.
Is it my turn?
Yes, go ahead. You have 3 minutes.
Good evening. My name is Cesar Hernandez, and I'm a 45-year plus resident of Oxnard. Growing up, my first years of my life at Fashion Park Place, which was just a bike ride away from the port. I am also here today as a member, a union member, as part of the Nonprofit Professional Employees Union, and also as a founding staff and organizing director at CAUSE. And so I'm really excited to see so many community residents coming in today and practicing a democracy, which is the most. Jeremy Myers mentioned something earlier in the comments that at one point labor and community were very much united, and that in fact made our communities stronger. And it is in fact those kinds of partnerships that led to the creation of organizations like CAUSE and FLA and MyCop. And the leadership that we see today is because of the vision of people in the labor movement and in fact, people that sit on the Port Commission today. And so I say that because the project that is before the commission is an example, again, of how the community can come together and benefit from the port. We must move as a community together, much stronger, and not see the port as our enemy, which has been said, but as an opportunity to work together. We are not Long Beach. We are not Oakland. The Port of Hueneme is unique. Our community is unique. The fact that we are all here tonight speaking passionately, regardless of the side that you are on, is a testament of all the good work that has been done in the community. But in fact, the port was not required to do an EIR, and in fact, they did it. They have done so much for the community, and I think that our community will be much stronger when we work together with the port and when in fact we see a vision that is about a community that really is invested in their own destiny and not one that is being put out there by people who don't live in the community and who are coming in and trying to tell the community what they think is best for them. I have never heard anyone mention the parking lot as their biggest concern in South Oxnard. So today I urge you to support the staff recommendation to move Project 34 forward. And I appreciate all the good work that everyone on the commission and in the community, the port and others have done on this work.
Thank you for your comments. Commissioner Secretary, do we remember that number that we, let's try them again.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Hi, my name is Len Mazzella, and I'm a 26-year resident of Oxnard, employed with Pac Railroad, speaking in support of this project. One of the benefits of being one of the last folks to speak is I've heard so many solid and compelling arguments made by so many other folks, a couple of which I'll highlight. The project site is a blighted area that is a sore to that community in South Oxnard, collecting litter, debris, crime, and the unhoused for decades. This project will bring a long overdue improvement and security to this area with jobs, resulting in an improved quality of life to the residents of this community and to our city at large. The port's core mission is to serve the community and improve its health and vitality. And this is the key. A project like this is the key to improving the quality of life to our community and our city. We have been a partner or company to Globus, the project operator or the site operator, for more than a decade. They are a very credible company with a stellar track record and an outstanding member of the community. I urge you to vote in support of this project. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Do we have any other virtual speakers? We have one more.
One more.
Okay.
Hello.
Yes, you have 3 minutes.
Hello, commissioners. Thank you for allowing me the opportunity to speak tonight. My name is Maripaz Jacobo, and I am a lifelong resident of Oxnard. Being born and raised in Oxnard, I have seen and witnessed the impacts of industrialization and environmental pollution and the effects that it's caused to our communities. I myself have been an active member of my community and have been graced with the opportunity to help out in any way I can, whether it's socio-environmental. I have witnessed firsthand what the Port of Hueneme has done in order to benefit our life here in Oxnard. They've been very transparent with this project, as well as it's been outlined in the EIR. And I urge commissioners and the city to approve this project. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. That was the last one for virtual, right?
Yes, Chair.
Thank you. So we have one more speaker card that was submitted, Jose Garcia.
Good evening, Honorable Chair, Planning Commission. My name is Jose Garcia. I am a county resident, lifelong county resident here in Ventura County. I am a proud member of the Laborers International Union of North America. I'm here somebody hit it on the dot earlier. One of the ladies that worked at the port, she said she prayed. So I sat there and I said, you know what? I'm gonna pray real quick. Should I talk? Should I not? And I guess Jesus is in the room because here I am. He told me to get up and talk. So I just want to let you guys know, you guys have a very hard decision in front of you today. But we have to look into this future. We cannot live in the past. For years, things have threatened our lives, everybody's life. I'm going to give you one example right now, that about 20 years ago, 25 years ago, this was introduced to us. And they said in 20 years, we would have bumps in our heads. Well, I have them, but they're not from this, and thank God that they're not. But we've gotten away from brain tumor fear that we've forgotten about it. We even put our children to sleep with it. We lay the tablet next to the child. Why should we live in fear? California has the strongest laws for pollution. They're outlawing diesels. They already did. I don't know the exact law because I wasn't ready to speak tonight, but not too many years ago, I think 2 years ago, they outlawed up to a year of semi trucks. They're not allowed here in California no more. We have special blends of diesel. The reason gas is so expensive right now, the only way to sell electric cars is to make gas expensive. We are headed that way. We cannot live in fear. We need to take the moment, take the opportunity that here's in front of us and move forward with it. I walked on the project the first time they brought it forward. In 15 feet, we saw about 5, I think they're hypodermic needles, being used for drugs. There was condoms on the floor, human feces on the floor. So are we not scared of that? We want our children to roam or to accidentally drive a bike and fall on that? I think not. I think we need to just open our eyes. I agree with both sides, but more in the future of this planet and humanity to do the right thing. I think we need to think this out, move the project forward, and go. We really need to move forward because we're not.
Thank you. Thank you for your comments. I'm gonna run through the list of names real quick, and if anyone is still here of those names, please come up. Rocio Chacon, Angela Whitecomb, Balado Maldonado, Joanna Ibanez, Jose Ocas, Manuel Gonzalez, Kevin B, Lucy Cartagena, Elizabeth Lamar, Yoritzi's already spoken. Janet Ritza. Seeing and hearing no response, we'll go ahead and close the public comments for this item. We'll go ahead and bring it to the commission for commissioners' questions on this item. Commissioners, if you have questions, please be specific on who you're directing your questions to, whether it's staff or the applicant team. Commissioners, any questions? Commissioner Nash.
Thank you, Chair. This is for the applicant team. And are you ready? Yes. On page 6 of 12, item 6, project analysis, general discussion. It reads, the auto industry is predicting national car sales reductions of 2 to 3% annually in the next several years. Yet in an op-ed piece in Wednesday's VC Star by Ms. Dikas, she writes, auto shipments are forecasted to increase in the aftermath of pandemic-driven supply shortages. So I'm just curious as to whether it's increasing or decreasing or staying the same.
I think to clarify that distinction, so there has been a forecast in the overall production of automobiles of that 2 to 3% decline. But with the pandemic, if everyone's been watching the news, and I think we have some people that are in this business in the room, but there was a shortage of what's called a semiconductor chip. And so the production of automobiles fell dramatically, and our port business slipped 12% because of that. And that was a supply chain issue that was driven by the pandemic. And so what we're seeing now is that industry start to recalibrate, those semiconductor chips come back to these vehicles, and we're seeing production of the vehicles come back to former levels, if that helps answer your question.
I guess so.
So what was happening at the port level and in volumes that were coming through the port, we were seeing decreases because of the semiconductor chip, but because of the lack of the chip in the supply chain. And so what's happening now is that they're starting to build this chip. This chip was in everything, right? It's in iPhones, it's in our laptops. And so everybody was competing for the semiconductor chip, and the auto industry really had the shortages that were very sizable to the production of cars, yet the demand was very much there. So you had a demand for the vehicles, but you didn't have the supply because of the shortage of the chip. And what we're seeing on the front end of the supply chain is as these chips are getting back into the supply chain, back into our vehicles, we're seeing volumes go up. And that's what I meant in that op-ed.
Okay, thank you. A couple of more questions, if you don't mind. Do you have any way to predict or anticipate the percentage of EVs coming through the port? I don't know what it is now, but I hear comments that indicates to me that the port is expecting a majority of the vehicles to be electric vehicles. Do you have any thoughts on that?
Yeah, we're anticipating, we're seeing more and more electric vehicle traffic or volumes coming through the port, but with the governor's mandate and California as the basin and being a leading auto port in there, we are anticipating to see volumes excel in terms of the EV markets. Do we have precise predictions? I don't believe we do. I don't know, Dawn, if you want to add to that. She's our chief commercial officer, so I'd like to defer to her. She has more market data.
Good evening. Thank you, Kristen. Good evening, commissioners. Thank you so much for the wonderful questions. My name is Donna Lacayo. I'm Chief Commercial and Public Affairs Officer. I want to reiterate what just Ms. Dika said. We are in a global market, and we, as a Port of Hueneme here in California, are located in a very strategic location. We're close to the largest market on the West Coast of consumers that buy EVs. Our customer Globus earlier today mentioned that they're actively turning some business away right now because they don't have enough space for that business to land. A lot of the business actually that's wanting to come to the port is EVs. Some of these customers are looking for ports and options to actually ship their vehicles on the West Coast. The Port of Hueneme is a great location for them, but they can't come if we don't have the space.
Okay, thank you.
That answer that question. So we don't have a precise prediction, right, but we are seeing that the industry, if you noticed even during Superville ads, to give it anecdotally, all the auto customers are really investing in this vehicle because they want to get ahead of the market. And there's some other drivers for that as well. There are a lot of starter companies coming from countries like Vietnam that are getting this business. And so the legacy customers are really wanting to keep pace, hold their market share, and they're building EVs.
My take on it is that it would have been wonderful to hear the port say, we expect to be 100% electric vehicles in the next 18
Well,
months or whatever.
Well, we can't give you that prediction, but in 2035, all new cars sold in the state need to be EV,
Right.
and they
Well,
will be coming through Port Hueneme.
It's also kind of a moving target because you don't know what the state government will dictate. You know, that's changing also. Now, one last question is the port concerned that Globus would pack up shop and leave?
Ports are extremely competitive and customers have choices. And, I think we have competing ports in our auto business in Tacoma and San Diego, and our customers could easily make investments in those other ports. And yeah, it's a possibility. If they can't bring their auto throughput through here, there's a reality that we will see a lot less of that customer do business here. It's very possible. Ports really are behave much like the private sector when it comes to cutthroat competition in our industry. It really does.
Well, one last question that your response elicited. And talking about the West Coast ports, don't you think that they're all under similar pressures to go green and try to electrify their operations as much as possible? Because I don't see any, if we're comparing West Coast to say Gulf Coast ports, there is a difference, but I don't see that much of a difference between a West Coast port, whether it's in California, Oregon, or Washington. They're all under similar pressures to be as clean as possible.
I would respectfully share a case to the contrary, that actually California ports are leading the world when it comes to environmental investments. We are the only state that requires vessels to plug in when they're at dock, and the port is proactively trying to secure money and beat the mandates. I think some people in the room were saying we won't put mandates out there. We certainly will. We're going to meet the 2035 mandate because we have to, but we want to beat it. Our Board of Harbor Commissioners had the wisdom to adopt a resolution to decarbonization. We are committed to that. We're doing a $7.5 million electrification project that you might not see in other ports in the West Coast, but we're getting that done so we can plug in our electric cranes and we're not mandated to do that. So we really are taking a very proactive and environmental approach to all the work that we do. It's part of our DNA at the Port of Hueneme to get ahead of the curve and really be at state-of-the-art technology with electrification, decarbonization. We want to actually work with a lot of collaboration discussions. We need everyone in the room to get behind us so we can secure the grants and get money to make these investments. There's a lot of funding out there at the federal level, at the state level, and working together on these grants, we can really bring that funding in and continue to electrify the port.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you, Commissioner Nash. Vice Chair Rejo.
Thank you, Chair. First, I had a few questions for staff and then a few questions for the port. I'll start with the staff. There were a series of questions made by the commissioners before this meeting, and there were a few hundred public comments that were transmitted to us. Can you tell, or can you summarize or tell us if there's anything distinctly different than what we heard here tonight?
Yes, Commissioner Araujo. The public comments that were submitted after the publication of the staff report total about 170 comment letters. Those were provided to you with Transmittal 1 and Transmittal 2. And those comment letters largely include the same comments that were previously addressed in the EIR. And so on that note, those recent submittals do not change staff recommendation.
Thank you. There were a couple representatives from the NRDC that says staff, I paraphrase, has ignored negative significant effects. I assume they commented, or to my memory, that they commented on the DEIR. Would the FEIR have answered any of those problems? Did you see any reason why they think the FEIR didn't answer any what they suppose that you ignored?
Commissioner Araujo, I might need you to clarify that question. But I can answer in general terms that a lot of the commenters who submitted letters in these recent transmittals did also provide comments on the draft EIR. The draft EIR was available for 61 days for public review. There were approximately 218 comment letters. Those written responses are included within the final EIR that was posted on our website along with the staff report for review prior to this hearing.
Okay, and then my follow-up or clarifying question would be, you can confirm that staff didn't ignore any comments made or given during the DEIR or FEIR, correct?
Yes, specifically regarding the comments, we did hear some testimony just recently this evening about staff ignoring comments. And I do want to state that all of the comments staff received, they have been addressed in the EIR pursuant to CEQA.
Okay, thank you.
Sure, thank you.
Thank you. I heard a couple comments about the Bird Treaty Act or the Migratory Bird Treaty Act. Is that indeed in effect or upon this project, or was that incorrectly assumed that it was for this project?
Yes, Commissioner Wayhill, the EIR does identify one potentially significant impact to nesting birds as a result of this project. And as such, there is a mitigation measure included in the mitigation monitoring and reporting program. And what that does is it requires that construction occur outside of the nesting bird season. If for any reason construction cannot occur outside of the nesting bird season, then a pre-construction survey is required. And that would mitigate the potential impacts to nesting birds to a less than significant level. For more detail, we do have our consultant here. They do have a biologist as well as the applicant team as well.
That's all right. You answered my question in regards to that. Can staff confirm that all that was actually needed was an NMD and that the EIR was pursued because the port wanted to be overzealous in making sure that and that it did confirm the NMD?
Sure. So in regard to environmental analysis, this is a discretionary project. It was reviewed for potential significant impacts. City staff did prepare a mitigated negative declaration that was available for public review. As a result of that public review, city staff received over 200 public comments. As a result of all of those comments received, the city staff elected to prepare an environmental impact report. The environmental impact report does address all of those comments that were submitted in regards to the MND.
Thank you. Is the Planning Commission allowed to deny certifying the FEIR but still adopt a resolution?
This evening, you have two decisions before you. One is to certify the environmental document. The second is to grant the requested special use permit. For more on that, we do have our legal staff here.
It would not be a recommendation that you not approve the environmental review, but approve the special use permit. The environmental review is necessary in our legal analysis for the Planning Commission to go ahead with approval of the SUP.
Thank you very much, Ms. Roselle. A couple more questions for staff. I see at the end of the at least 3, at most 5-year temporary permit that not everything has to be removed from the project site, that the fence and some other stuff is left there. Is there a reason why everything isn't going to be removed to the current or present condition?
Yes, in regards to the project, You are correct. It is temporary in nature, so the use would cease after 5 years, and most of the development would be removed. A few items would be remaining on site, and those include the chain link fence and the landscaping around the perimeter of the site. And that would be kept in place because Winnie Road is a scenic roadway as identified in the general plan. Any development does require a 30-foot landscape buffer. And so quite frankly, it doesn't make sense to install landscaping, have it mature for 5 years and then remove it.
Thank you. Does approving a temporary permit preclude a future permit to make it permanent?
So the requested special use permit does have a 5-year term limit on it. The use would cease after 5 years. Any modifications to that term limit would require further planning commission action as well as environmental review. So to answer your question, the site could potentially be redeveloped with a different use.
Thank you very much. Chair, I do have questions for the applicant. Should I save them until after my fellow commissioners have asked their questions, or should I ask them now?
You can go ahead and continue.
Thank you, Chair. To the applicant team, the numbers, it appears at least on both sides in support or against in regard to the frequency and amount of cars being driven to and from the port and lot. Can you just clarify or confirm what those numbers and the frequency are?
So I think the numbers that are recorded in the EIR would be a maximum of 240 a day, 30 an hour, and 10 every 20 minutes.
Thank you for that. I see that you did get a lot of support from varied organizations, so kudos on that. Is there a reason why there weren't letters of support from elected officials that had overlapping districts? The county, state, or federal level? Not that I needed it, but I'm just wondering why there wasn't.
We didn't pursue political support. We looked at this as just a community-based program, didn't go out and reach out to politicians.
Okay, thank you. What is your estimate of the costs, assuming you go 5 years, of getting it, assuming that the condition of approvals remain as presently in here? What is the cost to get it to the state that makes it in the form that the conditions of approval want? So after you're done with the 5-year permit, let's assume 5 years, what would be the cost to get it to that state in the condition of approval, basically removing everything except for the landscaping and other small items?
When we initiated this in 2017, I think we could tell you with certainty it would probably be around $500,000. But with the cost of inflation and the goods and supplies that are just going through the roof, we're anticipating, I would say, close to $1.5 million. Would that be a fair estimate? She's my engineer there. My chief operating officer oversees expenses. So I would guess it's about $1.5 million investment.
Okay, thank you for providing the previous and current estimate. It was stated by your team and several supporters that you are a very green port. Can you list or say where you got that certification or that confidence that you can give yourself that green certification?
Yeah. So one of the reasons that we're being touted as the greenest port is because at the International Shipping Summit in 2017, we were actually voted at that conference as the greenest US port. So that's where that accolade stems from. We also were the first port in California to list in something called a green marine audit. And what that does is a third-party auditor comes in and it gives you a report card every year. And to get certified, you have to outperform year over year. And so we had our best year yet and certification through this Green Marine program. So it's not the port patting its own back. We actually bring a third-party auditor in to assess how we're performing on environmental movement and progress.
Thank you for that additional information. And last question, there were several suppositions, I would like to say, I guess, proposed numbers from the team in regard to the direct job numbers. I would just like to know what you say are the direct and indirect job numbers that will be created because of this, and how many of those would be unionized.
This is the EIR states, so there'd be 14 direct jobs affiliated directly with the project, I believe 3 security and then other transportation jobs, 16 indirect jobs, and then hundreds of jobs for the stevedoring for our longshoremen. If you're bringing in more vessels, more vehicles, you're going to see a lot more union work from that side of it, and then the processing side as well.
Thank you very much, and thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Any additional questions from the commission? Questions for our staff. And this, I don't know, maybe this might go to our consultants. There was a lot of comments in regards that the report is incomplete and that we did not do our due diligence. What is the city's response to those comments?
Yes, Chair Chavez, we heard a lot of testimony this evening about providing incomplete environmental analysis. And you have quite an extensive record before you this evening. City staff prepared a MND initially, received over 200 comment letters. That MND was never officially adopted. In fact, it turned into an environmental impact report. And that EIR totals 3,600 pages of environmental analysis. That EIR generated over 218 comment letters. Those are all addressed in the EIR. Furthermore, there was a community workshop meeting for this project. There were actually 2 of them. And the most recent one that was in March of this year had 85 participants in that meeting. Furthermore, I did mention the transmittals that you just recently got with 167 comment letters. So on that note, this project was evaluated pursuant to CEQA, and all of the comments have been evaluated. All of the impact areas have been evaluated. And for more detail on that, again, our consultant team is available.
Thank you for that. Mr. Roselle or Mr. Pearson, has the city met its legal obligation for public noticing on this particular project?
Yes.
Did we exceed our legal obligation?
We absolutely did. We did not need to have the community workshops. That's not legally required, but Oxnard has always gone further in ensuring that the public has a say in various projects, including this one, with additional meetings actually before it comes to the Planning Commission.
Thank you for that. For our applicant team, was any community outreach done on your part alone, other than what the city is legally required to perform?
Thank you, Chair, Commissioners. Yes, quite a bit of outreach was done in South Oxnard. We had held over 67 food distributions in different neighborhoods throughout South Oxnard, so Tierra Vista, Cypress, Southwinds, and we distributed flyers with information not only about this project, but also about our air quality monitoring results.
Could you give me somewhat of an estimate number on how many flyers or how many people would attend your guys'?
Yes, every distribution, we had approximately between 350 to 500 families. So when you add that up, we had approximately, out of the 67, probably about 40,000. But before that, we actually decided to be more intentional about South Oxnard, right? And so that's where we were able to continuously keep the momentum going. We did community surveys directly with the community. We had 500 from direct participants. And for those, we had them in English and Spanish. And when we got our Mixteco staff member who you met earlier, we were finally able to co-host this hearing or this, what was it, the workshop in English, Spanish, and Mixteco.
Thank you. What is the port's response to comments that were made that over 2,000 residents in South Oxnard signed a petition saying that they were not aware of this project until, the cause organization actually knocked on their door?
I'd like to speak. I don't know if I can do it as an individual. I'll do it as a protocol. It's a good gauge of how much more work we need to do, especially around some of the populations that they're reaching. I do believe that it is an election season, and so they're reaching out to a lot of new and unlikely voters. I have some personal experience directing some of those campaigns for cause as well, and directing some of those particular surveys as well. So it's one of those things where we would like to collaborate to bring this more into fruition and community knowledge.
Mr. Chair, honorable commissioners, my name is Charity Schuller. I'm from the Port's Legal Counsel Office. I would also mention that the cause representative in describing that number confirmed that many of those signatures were obtained from high school students. So it may be a situation where perhaps just due to their youth, they were not as aware of certain legal notices that occurred and certain outreaches that occurred.
I appreciate that information. Thank you. This is the commission's opportunity to speak now. Continuing with the port, Ms. Dekas, you mentioned in regards to the amount of traffic of the semi trucks compared to current operations versus what the operations of truck traveling through this area, are we seeing an increase or a decrease?
So you would see a decrease with this project if on the premise that you're not going to be having the cars would be driven to this new site as opposed to being trucked to sites further away, if that makes sense. So cars can only drive so far when they're new or they're not considered new. So once you get to a situation where you're driving cars 8-10 of miles to the Camarillo or airport or something, they're going to have to truck them from, say, Glovis's shop in the Navy base up to those storage sites. So you would see an increase in admissions if that was how they were going to do their mode of business. So doing it this way, you're actually brand new cars, not trucks, going through our local streets for this part of the supply chain. Ultimately, yes, these vehicles do get to distribution from the Navy base by truck. That's how they get into auto shops and retail. But from that port logistics piece of it, just moving them back and forth between the port and the Navy base, you take that truck piece out.
I'm very curious in regards, I believe the acronym is the PVP, which is the vehicle processing, I might have got that acronym wrong, which is just over the railroad tracks from the proposed location. What is wrong with those two sites and the need for building this temporary parking? Do you guys store cars?
So this is actually creating, the way Port of Hueneme works is very different from other port terminals in the country. So in most ports, what you have is they're what's called landlord ports. And these are at least in California and the West Coast. And what they do is they lease property to private terminal operators on their own assets in areas abutting the port. In our case, and they're huge, right? They're big port complexes that have all these private terminal operators, and then cars would move there and then they would get trucked out to market from there. What happens in our case is we only have a 120-acre footprint and we have all of these extensions of the port off port. So when cargo lands at the Port of Hueneme, the cars literally will sit there a few days and then they need a place to go get processed. And so the cars move out to these processing centers at these extensions of port up port. And so what this increased capacity is really doing, it's giving us more staging area off port because we only have a 120 acre facility. So it's not going to get any processing's not going to happen there. It's just creating our capacity to bring more volumes through. Then they would go back to Globus's processing center and get it up to market from there.
Okay. Thank you. Any additional questions from the commission? Seeing and hearing none, we'll go ahead and move into deliberation. Any deliberating comments?
Chair, can we take a 5-minute break before deliberations?
That's fine. We'll go ahead and take a 5-minute recess. Welcome back, and we're reconvening from our short recess. We're now moving into commissioners' deliberation comments. Any commissioners with any deliberating comments? Commissioner Connolly.
I know it's late, so I'll try to make it quick, and I talk fast. So I just wanted to commend all the speakers for coming today. This is truly why I love volunteering in local politics. Everyone was very well spoken, very well researched, and very passionate about the project. What I heard is we're all saying the same thing. We want our city to flourish. We want strong jobs. We just want it to be wonderful here and to be well respected. I also want to specifically thank all of our friends from Hueneme High School, of which I graduated. Anything out of there makes me happy, regardless of the side. I say this in support of a few things. I say this in support of the city of Oxnard and the city of Port Hueneme working well together for years in the past and for years to come. I speak in support of anything that cleans up South Oxnard. I haven't been to the site in very many years, but I know where it is. And regardless, it's a dirt lot. So what the city is proposing sounds like an improvement from what it is. So with all that said, I do speak in support of the both of staff's recommendations. And like I said, I wanted to thank everyone for their opinions and their time this evening. Thank you.
Thank you. Any additional? Commissioner Nash.
Thank you, Chair. And I have a few comments. First, I want to give a little background on where I'm coming from. For 31 and a half years, I worked at the sewage plant as an operating engineer and a dues-paying member of the local. So I passed this site, multiple times a day. I actually saw it as a dry farmed lima bean field. So, there was some talk in the EIR about it not having any agricultural soil of importance, but it was used. It was used for agriculture at some point. In talking about South Oxnard, I worked a lot of night shifts, and I saw Helico spew blue-grade smoke into the night sky. So, we talk about South Oxnard being a sacrifice zone. At least some of us do, and this is absolutely true. And South Oxnard continues to be impacted by the continuing operation of the Ormond Beach generating station. Thankfully, Helico is gone. And there are many other industrial uses south of Hueneme Road that do cumulatively impact the environmental health of South Oxnard. Absolutely agree with the speaker who suggested joint meetings between the City Council and the Harbor Commission and the port. I think that so many of these issues could have been resolved if we'd had, the input of the two City Council members that represent South Oxnard. They could have chimed in with some of their concerns, and maybe maybe the port could have gotten a new perspective and found a third way, if you will. My concern, and I'll get into some of my concerns about the EIR itself, but this is just kind of a general overview. My concern is that once we put a fence around this parcel, then we've kind of closed off the ability for this site to be part of a environmental gateway park, whatever, which is a concern for a good portion of the community that wants to make the Ormond Beach wetlands restoration plan as as robust as possible. And I know that's not part of the EIR, but I just want to put it out there that, that is a concern for a lot of people. And I think that, Carmen, the late Carmen Ramirez loved to quote Joni Mitchell's, put up once you pay paradise and you put up a parking lot, that there's no going back really. My concern, over the environmental justice aspect of this, again, not part of the EIR, I get it, but now a land use, a simple, we're talking about a parking lot. So a very simple land use issue becomes a political issue because of the environmental justice aspect. So again, I wish that we'd had the input of the of the city council because of the political aspect. So in talking about the EIR itself, I'll give the page number and the quote and give a comment or a concern. Attachment D, general plan consistency, page 1 of 7, policy CD-1.2. And quote, the proposed project is surrounded by urban development and therefore is infill development. To me, that is an incorrect statement, as a project is bounded on much of the south by an upper wetlands interface, and the fact that there's a railroad track there that never gets used really doesn't change that dynamic. On attachment D, general plan consistency, page 3 of 7, policy CD-5.4, quote, the proposed project would reduce pollution and noise from the current conditions of the operator, which transports vehicles to and from the port at a greater distance than the proposed project location. And the words environmentally friendly and green industry were used. But to me, again, saying so doesn't make it so. And a lot of the environmental community would agree with that. From page 4-1 of the FEIR, quote, as indicated above, a cumulative impact involves 2 or more individual effects. Per CEQA guidelines, section 15130, section B, the discussion of cumulative impacts shall be guided by the standards of practicality and reasonableness and should include the following elements: a list of past, present, and probable future projects producing related or cumulative impacts, including, if necessary, those projects outside the control of the agency. And my comment would be, I think if we wanted to have a truly robust EIR that satisfied all parties, is why aren't we looking at the cumulative project scenario? Because this project 34 is, and I didn't ask this question, but it should have been asked, is what happens after 5 years? And the answer obviously is the use will transition to another parcel. So where will that parcel be? And I can't help but think that it's going to be what we've talked of. We're not supposed to talk, mention this, but it'll be on the former South Shore project, as that people have mentioned as the multimodal site. So that, to me, that should have been included in the EIR, just because it's common sense, and it just to do an EIR that fulfills the basic legal obligations does the greater community a disservice, because people will go, well, why didn't you talk about this? And I go, well, why didn't you talk about this? So that's a concern. On the EIR, page 6, 2.3, impacts determined to be less than significant with mitigation, SCAES-3, quote, prior to the issuance of a certificate I'll come back to that because some of these, if we do approve the EIR, the certification of the EIR and approve the special use permit, I would like to include a couple of further conditions. So talking about 2.3.7.1 transportation impacts associated with inadequate emergency access, page 14, MMPP-1. Quote, prior to construction, the applicant shall prepare a traffic control plan for implementation during the construction phase as deemed necessary by the city traffic engineer. The plan may include the following provisions, among others. At any time, only a single lane is available. The applicant shall provide a temporary traffic signal carriers, i.e. flag persons or other appropriate traffic controls to allow travel in both directions. And as I mentioned earlier, I worked at the sewage plant further down Perkins, and there is a lot of traffic on Perkins. Trucks, workers, trucks transporting sludge, and it's just, I can't imagine there being only one lane to accommodate that flow of traffic. And on a personal note, I suffered a head injury. So I would have when I worked at the plant, and I would have hated to have had the emergency response vehicle get stuck in traffic. So to me, that's just, that's just a major problem with the EIR. Emergency vehicles must not experience delays in responding to emergency calls. And besides the sewage plant, you have the paper recycling plant. I don't know what else is down there anymore, but there's a lot of business occurring on Perkins. It's a busy street. On page 6-3, 6.4.2, electric car carrier trucks alternative. Quote, additionally, to the knowledge of the port customer, there are no commercially available electric car carrier trucks. And I wondered about that. And so I did a little bit of research, and at least Volvo, Hyundai, and Daimler are developing hydrogen fuel cell trucks. Nikola One is developing a hydrogen fuel cell battery truck. So my comment would be, what many groups and individuals are trying to tell the port is that they are tired of South Oxnard being a sacrifice zone. The Harbor District has done much to reduce greenhouse gases, and I really appreciate their efforts. I greatly appreciate their efforts. I think they've done a wonderful job. And I'm fully supportive of the port. I think they're a great employer and a great addition to Ventura County. And I want to see them expand and grow and succeed. But it can't be at the expense of South Oxnard anymore. So, we need to find a way to transition to this type of truck, and it should be done as quickly and as soon as possible, because we heard the Port of San Diego, mentioned as having these vehicles. I read where the ports of Long Beach and Los Angeles have these vehicles, and they're on the road. They're available. So I don't understand why this wasn't explored more fully in the EIR. And I understand that there is a high cost for doing this, but as I mentioned earlier, I think this is just a cost of doing business on West Coast ports, because they're all under the similar pressure to be as clean and as green as possible, and to not further impact the communities that they transport their goods through. So this lack of consideration for a truly green alternative renders the EIR inadequate in my mind. The 3.0 findings on project alternatives, electric car carrier trucks, alternative, page 18, alternative locations. Quote, the city is mostly developed with the exception of some undeveloped land to the south of the project site where the Ormond Lagoon and various undeveloped parcels are located. I think that this is a false statement and again renders the EIR inadequate. 3.2.2 alternative to two existing off-port vehicle storage locations, page 20. Quote, alternative 2 would result in reduced impacts to aesthetics, biological resources, cultural and tribal cultural resources, geology and soils, wildfire and fire protection, police protection, water and solid waste. As alternative 2 would not result in development of an undeveloped site. Therefore, alternative 2 would be environmentally superior to the proposed project in regard to these environmental issue areas. And so it would be hard for me to argue with alternative 2 being an environmentally superior to the proposed project. And I'm almost done. I apologize for the length of these comments. Resolution number 2022-XX for temporary vehicle storage, attachment H, resolution special use permit, page 2 of 28. Whereas the Planning Commission finds after due study and deliberation of the applicant agrees with the necessity and accepts all elements, requirements, and conditions of this resolution as being a reasonable manner of preserving, protecting, providing for, and fostering the health, safety, and welfare of the citizenry in general and the persons who work, visit, or live in this development in particular. And my comment is I do not find this project as being a reasonable manner of preserving, protecting, providing for, and fostering the health, safety, and welfare of the citizenry in general and the persons who work, visit, or live in this development in particular. Last page, half a page, and only one item here. Page 5, 15-2, policy ICS-23.5. Resident access to scenic areas in Ormond Beach, quote, work with appropriate, and this is a policy of the 2030 general plan, work with appropriate organizations and agencies to provide Oxnard residents with access, possibly interpretive and or visitor centers to natural scenic areas such as the Santa Clara River, Greenbelt, Ormond Beach, and Oxnard Dunes, consistent with resource protection objectives. And that policy always rings so strongly with me because it's been the wish and the desire of the groups interested in the Ormond Beach Wetlands Restoration Plan to have this site as a gateway park, and part of our legacy of dealing with these, first the 2020 general plan and then the 2030 general plan, is we didn't adequately plan for how we were going to develop Ormond Beach. And again, it's not part of the EIR, but it is part of the wider general discussion. So that concludes my statements, and I thank you for your patience. And Chairman, I thank you for your patience. And that's all for right now. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Nash. Commissioners, we are approaching the 11 o'clock hour. It is part of our bylaws that are, in order to extend our meeting, we need to take a vote to go past that 11 o'clock. So can I get a motion to go past the 11 o'clock?
So moved.
It's moved. Is there a second? A second. Can we have a quick roll call, please?
Chair Chavez,
Aye.
Commissioner Zildor,
Aye.
Commissioner Connolly,
Aye.
Commissioner Nash,
Aye.
Vice Chair Arejo.
Aye.
Motion passes.
Thank you. We'll continue with deliberations and Vice Chair.
Thank you, Chair Chavez. One of the first things that I looked at, other than the content, was if the process was fair and equitable. A lot of my questions to staff were because I felt that some of the public comments stated that it wasn't legal, it wasn't adequate, there wasn't enough notification. And so it may have seemed repetitive, but I wanted to get confirmation that it was indeed legal and that the process was adequate. And in my opinion, it was more than adequate, especially when Chair Chavez asked follow-up questions in regards to notification, that it was met not just the minimum, but more than even the maximum by 1 day. And, you know, people don't look at the process as much, but process can float or it sets the foundation to ensure that the content that follows is equitable, fair. And so at least from that starting point, I agree with at least the adequacy and legality of the EIR. I next looked at if this project was going to be a benefit to Oxnard, more than just neutral. And I think I looked in one of the public comments. Public comment letter number 75 stated it quite well from Labor's International Union of North America, particularly comment 75-1 and 75-4, that said that it is a net benefit in reducing air emissions due to the consolidation of vehicle storage. And I, in general, 90% accept that premise and agree. In general, there is, just on the face of it, there's going to be a reduction of the miles round trip that the cars are going to take from the port to this new project site. There's not going to be an increase in ships, and there's not going to be an increase in diesel vehicles. It was stated that there's probably going to be a decrease in diesel vehicles. In regards to the air pollution, I don't believe these arguments were as forceful due to several comments from at least 2 of the scientists who submitted public comments that the majority or of the air currents come from the north. So the wind comes from the north and it's going to blow south. So it's not going to go into the neighborhoods which are more or less north or northeast of the project site. And so that argument is not as forceful in my opinion. Others were stated that this is going to be an extension of Ormond Beach. This particular project site is just outside the local coastal zone. Even though some of it might be zoned as the park, when visiting the site, it doesn't appear that it would be the best use as of this time for a park. And so that argument fell in my opinion. I do agree with some of the sentiment, especially in my question to staff. Is this truly going to be temporary? And I do have concerns, possibly serious concerns that it may not be temporary, or even if it is, that the cleanup will not happen in the manner that is put in the conditions of approval. And so if the recommended motion is put before this body, I intend to offer an amendment to ensure that there is more confidence by the Community and Planning Commission that there is going to be a cleanup. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you. Any additional deliberation comments? Commissioner Zeldo.
Thank you. Good evening, everybody. Thank you all for being here tonight. And I really do have a lot of respect for everybody for researching, writing, and speaking in front of all tonight. So thank you. One of the speakers had said, let's all move and use this as an opportunity to work together. So I believe that we should all work together in saving our natural resources for the future generation. That would be my comment. Thank you.
Thank you. So I'll provide my comments. My daughter is 6 years old. Why do I say that? I say that because a year before my wife and I decided to have our first child in 2015, I started being active in our city. I guarantee you that more than half of the people in here and the more than half the people that actually came did not even know that I was actively standing at that podium week after week, advocating and fighting for South Oxnard. In 2016, I was the only candidate out of 12 candidates for 2 seats that lived in South Oxnard. I stood at that podium week after week saying, we need more jobs in South Oxnard. We need more development that benefits every single resident in South Oxnard. Again, I guarantee half the people in here did not even know that. Like Commissioner Connolly, I am also a graduate of Wainimi High. I grew up in South Oxnard. I was born at the old St. John's, for anybody who even is old enough to remember that. Oxnard, and particularly South Oxnard, has been my home for 33 years. It is now the home for my 6-year-old. It is now the home for my 4-year-old and my wife. But why do I say that? Today is not about me expressing who I am, but it's talking about a community that a lot of people came out to talk about. We heard comments that South Oxnard is being dumped on. Right here, week after week, standing right there, making those same comments. That Oxnard, South Oxnard is being neglected daily. There was comments also made that I kind of found very inappropriate. Some will agree, some will disagree. I find it inappropriate that to make an argument that you would use the memory of the late supervisor, Carmen Ramirez. We all knew where she stood on environmental justice, and we all respect her stances. I respect that woman. I believe that in order to be a successful community, it is taking multiple groups and bringing them together to have that tough conversation and not be bogged down by your own egos. And it feels like that's exactly what occurred tonight. We kept saying it's not us against them, or vice versa, that we want to work together. But so many of the comments that were made tonight were the complete opposite of what you guys were actually saying. My lines of questioning to the applicant team, to our own staff, in regards to the process, our legal obligations are important to me. Because for 7 years, it has been my priority to ensure that every single resident was aware of what was going on in our city. And it was clear our city went above and beyond of what was expected. Over 200 emails were sent out notifying people of tonight's meeting that participated in the review process. Postings, additional community meetings, and yet we still heard, well, it wasn't fair. As commissioners, it is our responsibility to follow the letter of the law. The law is dictated not by the city council, but by the state. The state tells us what we can look at and what we cannot look at. The state tells us what can be approved, what could be denied. Because if we deny something that has the legal standing, our city can be in trouble. But at the same time, each commissioner is their own individual. And they have to be able to look themselves in the mirror each and every day. Every vote that I've cast since being on this commission, I have stood by them because it has always been a vote that benefited the community as a whole, the larger community, the 207,000 plus residents. I have never been persuaded by any organization, any individual, because I have to be able to look at my kids, my family, and myself in the mirror. And tonight I will vote accordingly based on those beliefs and what the law tells me I'm allowed to judge this project on. You may agree, you may disagree, you may be upset with me, you may be happy with me. But at the end of the day, at least I can stand up proud and know that I followed what is expected of me in this position as a commissioner. This CAG, this Citizen Advisory Group, holds a lot of responsibilities. We are the body that plans for the future of our city. I wish more people came to our meetings rather than just coming to when is a very controversial item. I wish this turnout was here when we were going through our housing element, when it was going through our climate action plan. There are multiple items that we go through and we don't get this turnout. Being civically engaged does not mean that you pick and choose. Being civically engaged means that you're always standing up and fighting for what is right. Those are my comments in any additional deliberations. If not, I'll be looking for a motion. Vice Chair Rejo.
Thank you, Chair. I move the recommended action to adopt a resolution certifying final environmental impact report number 22-01 for the Port of Hueneme temporary outdoor vehicle storage facility, and to adopt a resolution approving planning and zoning permit number 18-500-02 for a vehicle storage facility subject to certain findings and conditions.
Is there a second?
Chair, I'll wait for the second and then I'd like to make a comment.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded to adopt a resolution certifying final environmental impact report number 22-01 for the Port of Hueneme temporary outdoor vehicle storage facility, and adopt a resolution approving planning and zoning permit number 18-500-02 special use permit for a vehicle storage facility subject to certain findings and conditions. Is there any deliberation on that motion?
Yeah, Chair, I'd like to make an alternate motion. I apologize. What would that be called?
A amendment or a secondary?
I would like to make an amendment to the motion. And that would be to change the language on condition 57 and condition 62. Condition 57 talks about the upon the expiration of the 5-year period, the site shall be returned to the existing condition within 90 days. And I would suggest that we delete the 90-day period, may be extended by the community development director for good cause for a period not to exceed an additional 90 days. So that would. And on condition 62, the irrigation system shall include automatic rain shut-off devices or instructions on how to override the irrigation system during rainy periods. And I would suggest delete or instructions on how to override the irrigation system during rainy periods. It's my experience that when the rain starts happening, nobody's going to go out there and figure out how to turn off the irrigation system. But if they have an automatic shut off, that removes that concern. I think that's important in this time of water shortage and drought. So those would be my two amendments on condition 57 and condition 62.
Vice Chair.
Chair Chavez, if there's no objection, I move to separate these two amendments and consider them separately.
Is there any objection to doing so? To vote on his.
Chair Chavez, I'm just asking if there's no objection. If there is an objection, then we'll structure that as a motion. So. Correct, separating Commissioner Nash's two amendments, the first one on 57 and the second one on 62.
And just for the public, if you're not aware or the reason why we're doing this, it's because we have to comply with Measure M and we have to follow Robert's Rules of Order. So that's why we're having to have these types of discussions. So just bear with us while we figure it out, okay?
Chair Chavez, since it wasn't seconded, I asked Commissioner Nash if he's willing to separate his amendments. If not, I'll make a motion if it's seconded.
Advice on how to proceed from our attorney.
Because Commissioner Nash, because your substitute motion or amending motion has not been seconded, you're able to split it, because there's not been a second to it. So if you concur, then you could agree to move for the amendment to the resolution on condition 57 and then on condition 62.
Okay, so I agree to that, I guess. So I agree to divide the motion, right?
Okay. So Commissioner Nash's secondary motion is to divide this. I'm not even sure how to even word that.
Chair Chavez, I recommend that you just state now, because Commissioner Nash on his own decided to separate the amendment that the motion before the commission is in regards to condition 57. And I would request just to clarify what that actual amendment was. Thank you.
On condition 57, delete, quote, the 90-day period may be extended by the community development director for good cause for a period not to exceed an additional 90 days.
Second.
It's been moved in second for condition number, removing language from condition number 57. It's been moved and seconded. Is there any deliberations on that motion? Seeing and hearing none, can we get a roll call on that, please?
Commissioner Nash.
Aye.
Commissioner Connolly.
Aye.
Commissioner Zielsdorf.
Aye.
Vice Chair Arejo.
Aye.
And Chair Chavez.
Aye.
Motion passes.
Thank you, Commissioner Nash. Go ahead.
And then on condition 62, quote, the irrigation system shall include automatic rain shutoff devices or instructions on how to override the irrigation system during rainy periods. And I would delete, quote, or instructions on how to override the irrigation system during rainy periods and just have an automatic rain shutoff device.
Is there a second?
Second.
It's been moved in second for condition number 62 in regards to the irrigation system. Additional and removal of language. Is there any deliberations on that? Vice Chair.
Thank you, Chair Chavez. I have to ask a question of staff on why this phrase or instructions on how to override the irrigation system during rainy periods was put, the importance of it. And if we remove it, what would be the result?
Vice Chair Rejo. So it's put there primarily to provide an option. If that language was removed, then they would essentially just be required to have the automatic shut-off system.
Thank you, Mr. Pearson.
Any additional deliberation on that? Seeing and hearing none, can we get a roll call on that, please?
Commissioner Nash,
Aye.
Commissioner Connolly,
Aye.
Commissioner Zildor,
Aye.
Vice Chair Arejo,
No.
and Chair Chavez.
Aye.
Motion passes.
Thank you. We'll now return back to the original motion. Vice Chair.
Thank you, Chair. So I stated in my original deliberations that the comments or the replies in regards to if this project site would truly be temporary did not give me enough confidence that that the owner is going to clean it up to the level that is stated in the condition of approval. And so I refer the commission to public comment letter 187 submitted by the Ventura Audubon Society in regards to, it was sectioned off as comment 187-11 to the final EIR, that there would be a bond sufficient to cover the costs. Basically, I would like to ensure that if the owner decided not to or failed to bring it up to the level that is stated in the condition of approval, that there is going to be a bond or some other non-city funds available to clean it up or to bring it into the level that the condition of approval has. And so I move to add to condition of approval 57 that the project or the applicant be required to get a bond sufficient to cover its costs in the amount of $1.5 million.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Is there any deliberation on that? Vice Chair.
Thank you, Chair Chavez. I believe that one of the concerns was that this temporary site would be turned into a permanent, and it appears that we cannot really truly be 100% guaranteed that the cleanup or the restoration is going to be done as stated in the condition of approval, however much we would like it to. You can see from the oil wells in Ventura County that there is a bond, I believe, of only $10,000, and the Ventura County Board of Supervisors is planning or at least proposing and talking about increasing that. And so that is a similar situation in regards to this, that I just want to ensure that the city of Oxnard is not put on the hook for any potential costs that may happen. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Commissioner Connolly.
Question for staff, wouldn't the leasee or the owner of the property then be responsible if those needs weren't met?
If it's required for the project, the applicant would have to put up the bond.
Okay.
Yes. Point of order, Chair.
Vice Chair.
I request that a motion be put forward to allow the applicant to speak on this since this is deliberation. Thank you.
Is that your motion?
I am not making a motion, but if the other planning commissioners would like to make that motion, it is their choice. But I still plan to vote against it. Thank you.
I move that we hear the applicant's opinion.
Okay, it's been moved to allow the applicant team to respond. Is there a second? The motion dies due to a lack of a second. We have a motion on the floor in regards to Commissioner.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Is there any deliberation on that motion?
And just as a point of clarification, this is the amendment requiring a bond
For condition
mitigation.
57. Is there any deliberations? Seeing and hearing none. Can we have a roll call, please?
Vice Chair Arrejo,
Aye.
Commissioner Connolly,
No.
Commissioner Nash,
Aye.
Commissioner Zilsdorf,
Aye.
Chair Chavez,
No.
motion passes.
Okay. We'll now return back to the original motion with the changes to conditions number 57 and 62. Is there any additional deliberations? Vice Chair Arrejo.
Thank you, Chair Chavez. I believe that with the amendments approved by the Planning Commission to the original motion, that this amended motion should be passed by Planning Commission. And I urge my other Planning Commission members to vote in favor of it. Thank you.
Just Chair, as a point of clarification, haven't we already voted to approve all three amendments?
There's only been two amendments, or well, there was your two amendments and then Vice Chair amended your 57. So those are all. Now we're returning back to the original motion, which staff's recommendation with the changes to 57 and 62. Is there any additional deliberations? Seeing and hearing none, can we have a roll call, please?
Vice Chair Arrejo,
Aye.
Commissioner Connolly,
Aye.
Commissioner Nash,
No.
Commissioner Zilsdorf,
Aye.
and Chair Chavez,
Aye.
motion passes.
That will conclude that item. We'll go ahead and proceed with our agenda. Or we'll give a moment for Commissioner not Commissioner Nash, Commissioner Meyer to rejoin us on the dais. Just a minute. All right, so we're gonna go ahead and finish the rest of our meeting. So if you're exiting the chambers, please do so quietly. Mr. Rodriguez, you're right in front of the camera. Thank you, sir. All right, so again, we're gonna go ahead and continue in our agenda. Commissioner Meyer has rejoined the commission now that that item has concluded. Study sessions and reports, nothing is listed. Next is Planning Commission business. Commissioners, any business to bring before the commission? Seeing and hearing none, we'll go to community development staff updates. Mr. Pearson.
So I know it's late, but there's not much to add. We have our next meeting coming up on November 3rd. We do expect to have, I believe, 3 items coming at that meeting. Likely much shorter, but there will be 3 items coming then, but that's all that we have at this point.
Awesome. Well, if there's no objection to adjournment, we will go ahead and adjourn to our next meeting on Thursday, November 3rd at 6 p.m. right here in the council chambers. As always, thank you everybody for their participation. Thank you to my colleagues for their hard work and our staff. Have a great night. Stay safe.